Hey you guys, welcome along to Roborace Season Beta Championship, the world's only all-electric, fully autonomous racing series. I'm Matt Roberts, the dude with the new headphones to match his grey hair, and I'm joined today, live from Las Vegas, with her headphones obscured by her hair, Corey Arkin. How's it going over there in Vegas, Corey?
It's good. You look good with the headphones. I think they suit you. So
it was in my rider.
Like coordinated.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Things are great here in Vegas. We are off to a good start, and I've got high hopes that things are gonna go just swell today.
Well, let's hope they go a little bit better for you out there than they did last time. I don't know what the weather forecast is like, but you're at the track for us, Corey, as you were for Mission 3.1. Just tell everybody who missed it what happened to you there, because we nearly lost you completely, didn't we?
Right. So I don't think we realized how windy it can get here in Vegas, and we wanted to give the viewers a nice, view of the track, and so they asked if I would do my broadcast from the roof, looking down on the track. And first day on the job, and I want to be a team player, and I was like, yeah, let's do that. But I don't know if it was such a great idea, because I literally got blown off the roof. So, but it was an experience among other technical issues we had. So it was good.
Yeah. To be honest, actually, I mean, the view isn't quite as good today, but hopefully you're a bit safer where you are. And to be fair, actually, that was the least of our technical issues. Sorry, I know your safety is a priority, Corey, but it wasn't the only issue that we had during Mission 3.1. Take a look at this. Nope. Oh dear, we've lost Corey. Our presenter in Las Vegas has blown off the roof.
We just want to show everything. We're having like literally nothing,
Gianluca, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you?
Stay tuned right after this.
Oh no, but it's all gone wrong. The car veers off the road.
So I'm sorry about that. We're having some technical issues. Unfortunately,
no, we need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that, in a nutshell, is basically what happened last time I was here. It was my first Roborace, but you know what? I'm back again, so here we go. We're gonna try it again.
Yeah, so obviously either it wasn't your fault or you managed to convince them that it wasn't your fault, Corey. I'm glad you're back anyway, put it that way. We did manage to get the show done in the end, though. That was a good thing, thankfully, because bizarrely the electric autonomous robots, the actual cars, the car drivers themselves were more reliable than our broadcast gear was, so that was a good thing.
Yeah, well, we're already off to a better start as it goes, so as we're going, so hopefully smoother sailing today.
Yeah, let's not speak too soon. No matter how it goes, though, it doesn't matter, because we've got some awesome new music coming in to help us out in today's race show. As we continue to rewrite the script in motorsport, we've lined up something pretty special just for you, the Roborace fans. Now, I'm sorry to go on a little bit here, but normally broadcasters have a small selection of music tracks to choose from, and play them out as the show goes along, as you'd be familiar with. But here at Roborace, music is way more important to us than that, and we want it to be more entertaining for you guys at home too. So seeing as though most of the world has been in lockdown over the last month, we've not been able to get out there and party. So we're bringing the party to you. We've lined up a live DJ for Mission 4. I'm super excited to introduce Misha Grigoriev, who will be with us for all of the racing, reacting to what's happening on track and creating a custom musicscape for all of our fans. Now, from a young age, Misha described himself as floating on the waves of electronic music. He's predominantly a visual artist, so it'll be fascinating to see how he interprets what's happening on track in Las Vegas as our teams battle it out during round 9 this week. And personally, I'm hoping to be transported back to a night out at my local nightclub down in Huddersfield, Visage, back to the 90s. No pressure there on Misha. He's going to have to dig through his crate, though, with some night crawlers.
Amazing. It sounds like it's going to be a good time Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be a good time there in your office. You got to put on your clothes from the early 90s as well to go with your nightclub days, for sure.
Some people would say that I'm still wearing them, Corey.
No. Maybe it's the headphones then. But guys, the party doesn't stop there. We don't just have Misha here with us today. We also have 4 other amazing artists that are going to be performing live during the breaks in our races. And fun times always here at Roborace, because our clever guys in the metaverse have actually put those live artists as part of the metaverse. So if you look closely, you might check them out later. It's all very cool down here for Mission 4.0.
Yeah, we got a little look at that earlier, didn't we? It's wicked. Can't wait to show you guys that. Yeah. So round 9, it's going to be breaking ground all over the place, and this is only Mission 4. Here's how the schedule breaks down for the rest of 2021 and the remainder of the Roborace Season Beta Championship. Obviously, Mission 4 is over the next 2 days. Mission 5 is going to be taking place in June on the 12th and 13th. Mid-July for Mission 6, then late August for Mission 7, and we'll have the final mission of Season Beta, Mission 8, in early October later this year, before the first season proper gets underway. So that's the calendar for this year. This is the schedule for round 9 for Mission 4. First up on track in around just over 10 minutes time will be MIT Driverless. Then we're looking to get the teams out on the hour every hour. It will be Arrival Racing, followed by Acronis SIT, who really set the pace in recent weeks. Then University of Pisa, ARG, and our new team from last time out, PoliMOVE, who did so well in Mission 3.1.
Amazing. Well, that is the schedule for the rest of the year, and of course the schedule for today. So now we're past the halfway mark in the season. Let's take a quick look at where our teams sit. Matt.
Yeah, well, time for them still to be caught, but Acronis SIT looking really strong at the top after extending their lead to 900 points after a phenomenal middle part of the season. In second place is Arrival Racing, of course. Long start to the championship, but they've had some terrible luck recently. I really fell for them last mission when the robot got greedy, tried to swerve around to correct a loot, and then ended up sliding off track. So they're going to need to work really hard. Hopefully they've already done the hard work to turn their fortunes around today, Carl.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully no more DNFs for them. Just behind them is ARG, third place overall, and only 100 points behind Arrival Racing, hot on their tail.
Yeah, Arrival can't slip up this week, that's for sure. MIT finally stretched ahead of Pisa during round 7 and 8. They've been locked together on points for a while, but they're now 4th overall.
And then I want to give a special shout out to the newest team here at Roborace, PoliMOVE. You know, they only just joined us at the last event, kind of like me. So we're all new around here. And they had 2 really strong performances. They didn't get on the podium, but they did show us what we can expect from them in the future, which looks very fast. And we are definitely looking forward to seeing what they're going to do out here on the track today.
Yeah, going to be mega interesting. So that's how things sit going into round 9 today. Then it's all taking place once again at the home of Roborace, the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. If you've not had a chance yet to see this place in action, here's what a lap of the track looks like.
Just 15 miles north of the iconic Strip sits the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, a state-of-the-art racetrack that hosts everything from NASCAR to the NHRA World Series, and now Roborace. The Season Beta Championship continues on the outside road course. This 1.8-kilometer track features 14 demanding turns that are sure to push each team to the limit. The start line sits on the track's longest straight, so the teams get an immediate chance to build some speed. Turn 1 is a fast right-hand kink. Turns 2 and 3 are typical of this complex and challenging racetrack. Closely packed together alternating turns that will punish any cars that drift offline. Turn 4 is one of the longest on track, a seemingly endless left-hander that requires cars to stay tight to the inside line. Turn 5 is another switchback, this time heading right. The exit of 5 is vital, as it's here where teams can once again build some serious momentum. If the ADS perfectly balances its position and speed, turns 6 and 7 can be taken in almost a straight line. Out wide for turn 8 and hard on the power through 9. Turns 10 and 11 and then 12 and 13 form a tricky complex, rewarding the best line with a high-speed lunge towards turn 14. As the teams exit, they are once again facing the longest straight on track, so it's hard on the power and across the line.
Well, 14 tough turns, and here at Roborace, Matt, they keep teasing me with the opportunity to take a lap in one of the robot cars, and so I can see those turns up close and personal. We'll see if that actually happens, but I'm still a little scared. But, you know, like I went on the roof, I'm always up for a challenge, so.
Yeah, you'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong? Now, for anyone else who's new to Roborace, you best not answer that. These are the teams who are going to be competing today. From the United States, we have MIT Driverless, a fan's favourite, who've shown huge improvements in every round so far. Arrival are the creators of truly sustainable commercial electric vehicles, and their race team, Arrival Racing, will be hoping to also make a radical impact today. And from Switzerland, Acronis SIT Autonomous. They currently sit first in the championship, and they've been setting blistering lap times everywhere. They're currently the ones to beat. From the University of Pisa's Research Centre, this 10-strong race team will be looking to continue their development during round 9. And from the Graz University of Technology, Autonomous Racing Graz is an experienced race team who will be looking to continue their charge of the leaderboard today. There you go, that's Team ARG. Been really on form in recent weeks. And finally, our newest team from Italy, PoliMOVE. They surprised everyone with their opening pace last time out. Let's see if they can build on that today. So those are our teams, Corey.
Awesome. Well, I can't wait to see how it all goes. And if you're new to Roborace or not new to Roborace, one important part of this series is our metaverse. It's an augmented reality which basically places objects on the track that the cars have to deal with, whether they have to avoid them or try and hit them. There are worth points, or they take away points, and there's so much to it. And if that sounds just a little out there, don't you worry, because we got a little video to explain it all.
In Season Beta, Roborace has the ability to create virtual objects, events, and conditions on track. The teams code the real-life autonomous electric racing car, known as DevBot 2.0, in an attempt to post the fastest time whilst adjusting to these mixed reality elements that are positioned onto the circuit. With sustainability always in mind, Roborace's recycling facility allows the metaverse objects to be reused in many different ways per event. It all starts before an event when the Roborace team design a mission plan that includes the race format and the visuals of the metaverse objects. Every mission has a new set of metaverse elements to keep the teams under pressure. One significant challenge for them is that the object awareness range is only 100 meters. Beyond that, the track appears clear. It is only once the car approaches and triggers the metaverse that they finally see any object's position and behavior. The self-driving AI then has just seconds to react after the object appears, and mistakes are costly, as each team has only 2 attempts with the DevBot. The first attempt is rarely the fastest, as the AI learns and calculates the most efficient and effective lap route. But that means there's no margin for error come the second and final attempt, as the teams can only hold their breath as the DevBot launches off the line. The teams are able to collect loot objects that can have a positive effect on their lap time, but must be equally careful not to hit any obstacles that will punish them. For spectators and online viewers, this is as close to real-life Mario Kart as you can get.
So that's the metaverse. It's getting trippier by the event, and it's getting more and more complex and more impressive and more exciting. Anybody who saw the first events that we ran in season beta would have known that when we first started, the metaverse was just red walls on track that the race cars had to swerve around. And now already in round 9, the metaverse has once again been upgraded. Today's race is going to feature intelligent virtual racers for the AIs to contend with on track, or ghost cars, as we affectionately call them. Check this out.
Robots racing wheel-to-wheel takes another giant step forward with the release of the Metaverse Ghost Car update. Anyone familiar with racing games will understand the role of a traditional ghost car. They can provide a visual marker for your lap time and give you a target to overtake. At Roborace, the ghost cars can be less helpful. Our semi-transparent competitors are born in the metaverse, a place where good things are really very good, but bad things are very, very bad. There are 4 different types of ghost car, and all must be taken deadly seriously. These ghost racers will be lapping the track at speed, taking racing lines, and must be avoided by the DevBot 2.0 at all costs, as collisions with them will incur heavy penalties. The good news is every successful overtake will reward the team with a bonus. As far as the racing AIs are concerned, these ghost cars are as real as you or me. And that's the key to this level of the metaverse. If they can race ghost cars, they can race with each other. It's time to make motorsport history.
And making history is what Roborace is all about. The metaverse, as you can see there, it's fun, it's entertaining, but there's a serious message underneath it as well. Some people just have asked me in the past, what's the point of the metaverse? Isn't it just like Mario Kart? And I can understand why people would say that, but the truth is that the metaverse is actually how we develop this brand new type of sport. Every stage of the metaverse development is another step towards robots racing wheel to wheel with other robots. So of course it looks cool and it's fun right now, but actually, Corey, it's a bit more than that. I think, this is the way that this technology is being developed. Obviously, one day we're going to see it on the roads, and I think at some point in the future we're going to look back on this event this weekend even and say, yes, this was a turning point in motorsport history.
Yeah, remember the time, Matt, when there was a ghost car and it was not a real person, and then now eventually we're going to have multiple cars on the track. So, and what's cool about the ghost cars today in round 9, and I mentioned this earlier, is you might have saw the little ghost drivers on the ghost cars. Well, those are actually our musical artists that are going to be performing today. Our clever guys here at Roborace have gave them their own avatars. So that's really cool. KP Transmission, Tate, DJ Kassir, and Moa Pillar have all been made into their own avatars, and now I'm just officially jealous because I want my own avatar to be in the metaverse. So if you could put in a good word for me there.
Yeah, you and me both. I think it'll be easy for me. We'll just do something with the headphones.
You can be, yeah.
Right,
There you go.
Not long now. Before you jump in there and take your opportunity, let's bring our first team into play now, because it's not long until they take to the track. Let's have a look at MIT Driverless.
One of the new kids on the block, this team from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT for short, are making their Roborace debut at Season Beta. Although new to Roborace, they already have some hard-won experience, taking 3rd place during the German leg of the Formula Student Driverless Circuit 2019 and 2nd place during the Italian leg. Fielded from one of the top-ranked universities in the United States, the team has been making huge improvements race after race, and it's surely just a matter of time before they take the top step on the podium.
And we're joined now by one of the team members from MIT Driverless, Andrew Tresansky. Andrew, thanks very much for joining us. How have you guys been preparing for this round?
Thanks for having me. We've been really excited to go up against the Ghost Cars. I think it's an interesting challenge. We've tried to smooth some of our controls behavior, keep the nice tight racing line.
Is it kind of almost frustrating for you guys in a way, because you've made so much progress, haven't you, over recent rounds? We've all been so impressed to see you, and sooner you seem to get on top of one thing, then Roborace throws another curveball at you, or is this something you've been planning for a while?
We've been looking forward to getting out there and racing against other cars. It's something that has been exciting for us. We've been looking forward to the whole time. Last race was really, really exciting for us. It was awesome to get some good finishes. And
you've actually got second place in the championship within your sights now, not that far away. I mean, are you kind of surprised how well you guys have done in this season beta?
It's been a learning experience. I think we all expected to do well, and we're excited to see that happen, and excited to see what happens today too.
And one last question: we can see the car just getting downloaded now with your AI. What kind of driver are we going to see out there? Are we going to see an aggressive approach in this first run, or something a little bit more reserved?
I think we're going to try a little bit more conservative, trying to figure out how these ghost cars behave and avoid them. Definitely don't want to get any penalties with them.
Well, I have to say, Andrew, you guys are making history today, because we were just talking before that this whole scenario with the ghost cars is a real turning point for Roborace and for motorsport in general. So you guys are the first guys to do it. So congrats on that, and best of luck. You must be proud.
I'm very proud. Excited to see it.
Great stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Andrew. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Right. So looks like MIT Driverless have now headed out of the pits to the start line, which means a great time to introduce you guys and bring out our race commentator, Andy McEwen. Hey, Andy, how's it going?
Yeah, not bad, thanks, Corey. Really excited about this. I agree absolutely with what Matt was saying. This is motorsport history today. There's a real buzz amongst the whole Roborace crew now. What we're going to see, hopefully, as long as it all works okay, over the course of the next 2 days. These virtual objects have been exciting enough, but now moving cars that the AI have to actually race against, yeah, that's what I signed up for. I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting element to add in. For me to see such a jump from the last mission to this mission is so fascinating, because, I'm pretty new around here. How do you think these cars and these teams are going to adapt to such a big step?
Well, that's right. It is a really big step. They've sort of been getting there with these dynamic obstacles that we've thrown in over the last few rounds. So, I mean, I'm very uneducated in this sort of stuff, but I imagine they can start from there and then maybe just adapt the code even more to work now with these overtakes. But it's definitely a huge step forward and a bit of a step into the unknown as well. But these are some very, very clever people. They know what they're doing. They've got this far, and I'm confident that the teams who have been doing all of the winning and point scoring so far, they're going to be the ones that have wrapped their head around this latest challenge from the metaverse the quickest, and they'll be looking to take advantage and score more points today.
Yeah, it's interesting that MIT is going first today, and what he was just saying is that they're going to take it a little bit more conservatively. Do you think that's a good approach?
Yeah, definitely. It must be tempting, especially if you're MIT, to just go all-out attack now, because they've been steadily improving. They had a third place in round 7, second in round 8, so the natural progression now is that they should go for the win today. But because this is such a big step forward in the level of challenge that the metaverse is presenting today, I think that's absolutely the right way to go. Just get a good finish in today. If you can scratch a few points out of it, even better. But I think tomorrow, once the teams have seen exactly how this is all going to work, I think that's maybe when we'll see a little bit more aggression and things could really start to get exciting.
Well, it looks like MIT's just about to get going, so I'm going to step out for a moment and let you do your thing.
Yeah, thanks, Corey. This is going to be exciting, isn't it? And the car in the staging area, it's in autonomous mode, and we are about to go racing here in mission 4.0, round number 9 of the Roborace season beta. And yeah, we've shuffled up the order a bit. MIT normally go a bit later on in the day, but they're on first today, so they're going to set the benchmark time for others to beat. And that benchmark, I think, is going to be a pretty competitive one, even if they are a bit more cautious today maybe than they have been previously. I still think they're going to be bang on the pace. Second place a few weeks ago here at Las Vegas. They were really, really competitive, were MIT. And they actually had a really big improvement on the second day from the first day last time. Their rate of improvement from round to round is one of the most impressive of all of the 6 teams that we have here. You can see up in the top right-hand side, top right-hand corner of your screen, a couple of new graphics there, in particular the overtakes. Hits and loop you should be familiar with. So the hits, they're the penalties, the obstacles that must be avoided. For every obstacle that's hit, 30 seconds are added onto the time. For every item of loot that they collect, though, they lose 2 seconds. So you can save quite a lot of time through the loot. The overtakes, though, they work in a very similar way. So if you make a successful overtake against one of these ghost cars, then you gain 20 seconds back. But if you hit them on the way through, you lose 30 seconds. So we'll see how many successful overtakes they get, and we'll see exactly how that's going to work once the car accelerates off the line, which happens now. We're underway then in mission 4.0, and MIT Driverless get us underway at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, sweeping through the first sequence of corners then on their first lap of the day, and already taking it quite easy, it seems, through that first little sequence of corners. Tight, twisty, narrow circuit, this one here at Las Vegas, and you can see they've already hit one of the obstacles by the looks of it. We didn't see it on camera, but one hit means that 30 seconds have been added onto the time already. At the bottom of the screen, it's all a bit busy there, but the time in the multicoloured box, that is the final time with all of the penalties and bonuses added on. So that's the time to watch for. Underneath it is what we call clear time, and that's always interesting as well, just to see who the outright quickest team is, but it is the time in the box that really counts. We're on board with MIT Driverless, and because we are not an AI driver, we can't see the metaverse, but there, look, is the first of our gizmos, the first of our ghost cars to be negotiated, and hopefully we'll get to see if MIT get... Oh, they're really getting held up, though. But this is exactly what you see in real racing. You've got to wait for your opportunity to get through. They weren't patient enough, though. Look, they hit the back of the ghost car, and so another hit is taken. And I still don't think they've got past it, actually. So a real traffic jam developing here for MIT. Now they go through. So as I understand it, that is 30 seconds added on for the hit, but then it was eventually a clean overtake, so they get 20 of those seconds back. So I reckon that's a net loss of 10 seconds from that first ghost car. But that was our first look then at exactly how this is all going to work. Oh, and another hit there as they go through onto another lap. And is that the car stationary? I think it is. The car's not moving. And this is a big, big problem for MIT Driverless. I think we're on the start of the second lap here, and the car is out of autonomous mode. It's stopped in the middle of the track as well. So I'm not entirely sure what happened. I think they were trying to overtake another of the ghost cars there, but this is a bit of a failure for MIT Driverless, who had really high hopes. They said they were going to take it cautiously as well, but I think this is a pretty graphic illustration of just what a challenge this Mission 4.0 metaverse is going to present, because even though they weren't taking any risks, it has still caught them out. So MIT are aborting this run. For those of you who are new to Roborace, let me explain how this works. They have a 20-minute window of track time in which they must complete one 4 or 5 lap run, I think it is, 4 lap run. They do, though, have 2 opportunities to do it. So they can either voluntarily abort their first run, or if the car stops or goes off the track, then the first run gets cancelled. And as long as they start their second attempt before the 20 minutes runs out, then that's okay. They can do it again. However, if it all goes wrong again on the second run, then that's it. It will be a DNF, a non-finish for the team. And this really now starts to add the pressure. If it all goes wrong on your first attempt, then all of your eggs suddenly go into the same basket, and you've got to hope the second attempt is a little bit cleaner. So not an ideal start to the day then, but I think this might be a bit of a theme today. Everyone's finding their footing with the ghost cars, and I think we might just see a few teams falter a little bit. I'm sure they're not underestimating how much of a challenge this is going to be, but until they actually see it in action, they can test and simulate all they like. But until we actually try and do this for real, or virtual, if you see what I mean, then they don't really necessarily understand exactly how it's going to work. Interesting to see that MIT did really get held up by that first ghost car, though. as I said at the time, that is something that we see in motor racing in general. If there's more than one car on the track, you can't just drive straight through it, and you can't even just weave around it because if it's stationary in the track, you sometimes have to sit behind it for a corner or two, and it can be pot luck really as to where you catch the slower car. And these ghost cars should be going slower than the dev bots, so as to allow them to overtake. That means if you catch them through a narrow section, sometimes it's safer just to sit behind them. So the car then is back into the pits. The safety driver will potentially get out, or they might just stay in if they think it's going to be a pretty quick reset here. And the safety driver eventually will take it back around to the staging area. There's obviously a little bit of a process here now that the team have to go through to get the car ready to go once more. So MIT then, the up-and-coming team of Roborace, whose season started pretty well, considering they were such a late entry into the series. The very first round of the series at Thruxton, they only completed one lap of the track before they stopped, but they did manage to score a top 4 pretty quickly. Then they were fighting for podium places within the first couple of events. It was really a few weeks ago here at Las Vegas in round 7 and 8 when MIT made that big step forward. They took 3rd place in round 7, and they just missed out actually on scoring their first top 2. They were about 12 seconds away from 2nd place in round 7. Their problem then did appear to be raw pace. Their metaverse score was good, but they were just quite a bit slower than some of the other teams out there. So you could say they've already been going for this slightly more cautious approach. Round number 8, they completed all of their laps with no issues. They went nearly a full minute faster than they went the day before, but they did hit 2 obstacles, so a full 60 seconds were added on. So ironically, although they improved their speed on day 2, the metaverse score wasn't quite as good. So I think I just heard a bit of information being fed to me there about MIT. It sounds like this was a voluntary abortion of their first lap. They decided that they were just going to test out the new systems and these ghost cars on their first attempt, and then they were going to go out and try it for proper the next time. And as you can see in the bottom of your screen, they've still got plenty of time, 8 minutes and 20 seconds left of their time, and they don't have to finish their run within that time, they just have to start it. So replay then here of what happened. Yes, they did run into that ghost car, didn't they? So maybe they realised that it wasn't going to be a good score anyway, and yeah, hard to tell whether they'd chosen to abort already or whether they hit it and then decided to abort. But the story they're going with is that they were always going to try this again, and that's the story they're sticking to. So the car heads back out of the pits then, and in a moment or two we'll be back in that staging area, which it looked as though they'd moved it a bit actually. The previous rounds, I think it was a bit further toward the final corner, giving them a bigger run up for turn 1. But certainly based on where the car was parked last time, it was a little bit closer towards that first corner. But the first ever podium last time then in round number 8. Not the best way to come back and try and repeat the feat here in round number 9. What will their second attempt be like for MIT? Sure, they won't abort this one now unless they absolutely have to. Want to try and get to the end if at all possible. 7 minutes on the clock then. Safety driver starts to climb back out of the car. Even this is a bit of a process really, because the car has to be prepped, ready to go into autonomous mode. Got to make sure that everything is left as it should be inside the car. Make sure the doors close properly as well, because that can complicate things. A different safety car here. That's a Mercedes G-Wagon, I think, isn't it? Which has been kitted out to cope with the desert terrain here at Las Vegas. We're not exactly in the sand dunes here, though, are we? We're in one of the car parks just outside of turn 1 of the NASCAR Speedway, which can be treacherous enough, though, if the deathbots find themselves straying onto those stones, as a couple of them have done over the last couple of rounds. Right then, let's try this again, shall we? Attempt number 2 for MIT as they try to handle the metaverse and find the best way to deal with these ghost cars. What sort of a time can they set? What sort of a score can they post? Is it going to be enough for them to get back on the podium? So everything reset, of course, now. All of the penalties that they've picked up get forgotten about. No way of telling whether they're going to do any better or worse this time, but they were certainly hoping for an improvement, because they did manage to, the two ghost cars that they encountered, they managed to hit them both, so they will be hoping that that doesn't happen again. So, final few seconds before the car launches off that line. You should see at the bottom of the screen that we'll move from human mode to autonomous mode. Speed then will start to build. There we go, autonomous mode, so we're ready to go, and the car is almost ready to move off the line. When it does, that time will start to tick. There it goes, accelerates away pretty rapidly, heads towards the first corner. Green flag out once again for MIT Driverless. Their second and final attempt here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Up through the first corners, already a ghost car to negotiate as they weave through the first chicane. And yeah, well, ghost car isn't really the word, is it? I think Gizmo is the official title that's been given to them. I suppose that's as good as anything. But certainly challenging to get past. You can see how much the speed is being affected, and how from riding on board with the car, you can't even see that dynamic obstacle that they're having to move past. The AI driver can see all. We've picked up the speed now, though, so I think we haven't made the overtake officially on the top corner of the screen, but equally no penalties have been given. Speed builds then through the chicane. You can see just how narrow and twisting this circuit is. Another obstacle now to find a way past. We get them thick and fast here on this first lap of 4. Disappeared from view. Oh, and they've clipped it again. Now this is the one that they really got delayed by earlier on, isn't it? And they want to try and sort of got caught in a halfway house now, haven't they? They hit it, and then the AI sort of stopped the car from going any quicker. But now they've finally got through, and they've collected a bit of loot as well. Mustn't forget that we've still got the traditional loot to be collected out on circuit. Out of the final corner they go, looking like they're going quite slowly. They did say this was going to be a concern, and they'll also be slowing down to negotiate that metaverse properly. First lap, though, is in the books. Now they've got another overtake to try and make. Now, this is really difficult because they don't really know where that ghost car is going to go. Keeping their distance this time, though, look, as they wind up through that first sequence of S-bends. The trouble with this circuit, really, there aren't that many overtaking places. It's not something we've discussed so far, but there aren't really any obvious places to make an overtake. There are lots of corners that sort of feed directly into each other, left, right sequences. They are always the hardest kind of corners to overtake at, especially if the car you're trying to pass is filling all of that road, which seems to be the case here. So still, I think, stranded behind the virtual car. There you can see another one now just waiting for them to find their way past through the next couple of corners. So 2 minutes and 40 odd seconds elapsed so far. They're not doing too badly though. They've gained 20 seconds back for one clean overtake. They've lost 30 seconds because of the hit. And then they've also got one item of loot, which has brought them 2 seconds back. Again, the car slows to a crawl through the tight left-right sequence there. Better safe than sorry. And this is definitely not an aggressive run. We would maybe see some of the other teams taking a few more chances with their overtakes, but MIT realised that the time you gain for a clean overtake is so valuable, it's worth losing maybe 10 or 15 seconds sat behind the ghost car in order to eventually make the clean pass and gain 20 seconds back. Another one here then for them to weave their way around, having to take a wide line through the corner onto the third lap now of this run. And the obstacle eventually disappears. It looks like they've only got a set distance in which they are able to pass it. Eventually it pulls over and gets out of the way, but if you haven't overtaken it before that point, you don't get your 20 seconds. And that, I think, is what's happening here with MIT. They've still only made one successful overtake. And that is, although it's at the moment totaling a half decent time, you have to imagine some of the other teams might get that a little bit better. It's all, of course, really relevant because ultimately where we want to get to here with Roborace is to have the cars out on track together, racing each other. This is kind of a safe way of testing whether the AI is at the point where it can do things like overtake and move around moving obstacles, which clearly it can't, because that was another hit there. Same one, isn't it? That same couple of corners where they keep coming unstuck and collecting the ghost car. They officially have been given the overtake. There you can see it just weaves to the side to get past, really having to deviate from the line. But they do gain a bit of time back. Slow right down again for turn that is turn it's final corner, isn't it? Sorry, and final hairpin. And accelerate once again towards the line. This is painful for MIT Driverless, who are going for the safe approach, but they're not really getting it, are they? They've had 2 hits now and only 1 item of loot collected. So they are losing a little bit of time. On to the final lap then. All of these laps are metaverse laps as well. Remember, no free laps today, so no chance for them just to stretch their legs and go as fast as they can. It is all about the metaverse interactions this time. That's what's going to score the big points, and that's what's going to ultimately decide who the winners and losers are. MIT will be, I think, quite glad to get to the end of this run, because it's not been the fastest. Their clear time last time we were here, obviously a very different version of the metaverse they were dealing with, but their clear time was around 7 minutes and 55, but that was for 5 laps. So this is going to be over 6 minutes, and they're doing 1 fewer lap, and they've still got this 1 more ghost car to get past, so that's going to delay them even more. And unless, of course, they can suddenly manufacture a way of getting past it. But this is one they've hit every other time, and they've hit it again, look. And this is a double whammy, really. They're getting the 30 seconds added on for making contact, but they're still not going through. In a way, if you're going to hit it, you might as well just carry on and not lose any speed. But they're spending so long behind them that they're not only getting a penalty, but then they're getting almost another penalty on top of that for going so slowly. Out of the last corner then, heading towards the start-finish line. We're up to a clear time now of over 6 minutes, and they haven't even finished this fourth and final lap yet. And MIT are, crucially, going to get a time on the board. Across the line, they go a clear time of around 6 minutes and, 6 minutes 24 it settles out at, which once you add the 2 overtakes, 3 hits, and 1 item of loot onto it, comes to a total time of around 7 minutes and 12 seconds. To put that into perspective, their total time last time here at Las Vegas was a 7 minutes, or actually they did a 7:38.4 on day 1. That was 5 laps, a whole extra lap, and they were only about 30 seconds quicker today. So the metaverse, the dynamic metaverse that we're working with this weekend with these ghost cars, is definitely proving to be a challenge, and the MIT squad, the first team to go out there and realise just how difficult this is going to be. So we look forward then to seeing what the reaction to that is. We will have the full reaction. We'll also get the official confirmation of what their score and time was. And of course, we'll get our next team on track all within the next half an hour or so. We're going to take a very short break now. We'll be back at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway in just a few minutes.
How's that?
That's better. That's much better. Okay.
Hey, how cool was that though? We saw some history made in Roborace.
I know. That was super cool. Interesting as well. To see how the car reacted, and like he talked about that they were going to be a little bit more conservative, and they were definitely conservative when they got stuck behind those ghost cars.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, that's kind of why I asked Andrew the question. I wondered if they would attack the ghost cars straight away. I wondered how the AI driver would respond. I suppose what he referenced to their strategy being conservative means that obviously they get a penalty for hitting the ghost car, so they really wanted to avoid doing that. So yeah, that was the strategy. Obviously they took that abort as well on the first attempt, and then came back out and did the second attempt. I think we can The word I would probably use is tentative, Corey, to be honest, but look, at the end of the day, they've finished. They've got some points on the board, and we'll see at the end of the day how many points that amounts to, because it depends where everybody else finishes, of course. But I thought it was interesting to see that approach.
Absolutely. I wouldn't have wanted to go first today. And I wonder if behind the scenes, if any of these teams are, rethinking their strategy, if they even have the time. Do they have the time to make tweaks before they go out? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that they will have time. I mean, I'm not sure how much time they need to make the adjustments that to change the strategy. You would probably think that for today they're already set, but you would think that certainly MIT might think about changing their strategy tomorrow for sure. But who knows? Maybe they're happy with that. Maybe that was a success. We're just waiting for the official times to come up once all the metaverse elements have been double checked to ensure that final time is correct, and we'll get those times in for you. But in the meantime, what are people watching on Twitch making of all this, Corey? Have you been keeping an eye on the chat room, see what people are thinking?
Yeah, I've been tuning in, and there's a lot of activity on our Twitch today. If you guys obviously are watching, feel free to chime in, feel free to ask us questions. We have obviously myself and Matt, who are Roborace experts, but there's also people from our Roborace team on there to answer directly as well. But yeah, so let's see. Let's take a look here and see what we got going on. Okay, Mr. I thought that said Eminem, but it's Mr. Mine MM. Makes me think about M&Ms, and now I'm hungry. He says it's definitely feels like motorsport history, and yes, definitely took a big leap today. Now to have basically another vehicle on the track, whether it's virtual or not, as far as the car is concerned, it's real. Matt?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, when you said Eminem, I wasn't sure if you meant the rapper then, but maybe that's like just a cheap version of Eminem the rapper. Maybe. Well, let's not set him off. All right, we'll come back to the Twitch chat room in a bit. Let's have a look at the results now, because they are read, and we want to just confirm exactly where MIT Driverless are. Remember, these guys are super young team, really smart guys, have been doing great work throughout season beta, and there you go, over the 4 laps. Ultimately, what counts is well, I'm not sure, is this right here? Am I? It looks a little bit jumbled up to me. I'm not sure I can quite make sense of those numbers there. Surely it wasn't that long, or that. I mean, it was entertaining, but they say time flies when you're having fun. But I'm not sure it was 41 minutes. So let's assume that those graphics are wrong for the time being, Corey. Should we go back to the Twitch chat room and see if we can get some more sense?
Yeah. That. Can you hear me? I don't know. Yeah, that looks like a really long time. I think they were just over 7 minutes with their final time, if I'm correct. But that's okay. So let's go back to the Twitch feed here. Or should we go? Oh, there's the results. That looks more accurate.
I think that's the one.
Yes.
Corey, there. Top speed was pretty,
there you go.
Quick, actually. Yeah, that's pretty on par with the kind of top speeds we've been seeing throughout season beta. But there you go. Just over 7 minutes, as you said. So that's the benchmark. That's what everybody else has got to do. And I'll leave it to you and Chris to talk that one out. And let's find out how Chris is feeling. He's looking happy like usual.
Yeah. Hey, Chris. How's it going? Oh, I love that laugh.
I mean, ultimately, we're disappointed, but we kind of expected something similar going into this run. I can talk a little bit about why. So, ultimately, the Coast car, right, is fundamentally harder than anything we've seen. Previously, we've worked with dynamic objects that have driven parallel to the track, and this is fundamentally easier because, those cars don't like to take the optimal line. They don't like to take the apexes that the Ghost car wants to take. So, the problem's fundamentally harder, and we know that our optimizer isn't capable of handling the situation yet. But we have a lot of exciting projects in development. It's just that most of them weren't done by today. So by next race, we hope to have a lot of exciting work. But for this race, we were just trying to get that.
Well, I think you guys did a great job, especially having to go out there first. And even if things weren't ready, I'm sure you learned something from this round as well. What do you take from today? Are you able to make any small tweaks at least for tomorrow?
Oh, there are definitely some small fish that are easy to fry here. Like, for example, if you hit something, probably don't care about it anymore. That's not something that we have yet, but like you can see how important that would have been, because like every time we hit the car on that chicane, like we could have just sped up. Speaking of which, like clearly that chicane is a problem for us, and we kind of knew this already, but like we know basically that our estimates are a little bad. And the way that we can fix this, we have something that we hope to get merged in tomorrow that might be able to help with this. Basically a way for us to more easily and more accurately trail behind something that we're trying to trail behind. This will not fix the fact that we're conservative about overtakes, but at least we might be able to not hit cars anymore. Although, from what I understand, like from watching that stream, it might even just be faster for us to plow through all ghost cars and not care about them if we're not going to overtake any of them with our current stack.
Right, that was my next question, because if you actually hit them, you seemed like you were still staying behind them. Could you just like go through them, and you would only then, you would take the hit obviously, but your speed would be so much faster? Is that kind of a strategy? Is that allowed?
You'd lose 10 seconds. You'd lose 10 seconds, but you lose 10 seconds anyway, except that we're just being slow right now, right? So until we are ready to actually make overtakes against ghost cars, despite the fact that ghost cars are not easy to overtake, like, we might actually run tomorrow with no ability to react to ghost cars at all. But we should discuss this as a team first.
Well, it'll be very interesting to see what you guys decide to do tomorrow. But best of luck, and thanks for joining us here today, Chris. Appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Thanks so much.
All right. Okay. All right.
Love that. Thanks, Chris. He's such a cool guy, isn't he? And it's great to see them all smiling as well. To see Chris smiling, because he's obviously disappointed. But I like the attitude. Let's just smash through the cars tomorrow. Put something in our way, smash through it. Don't need to go around it. Like it. All right. Time now for the first of our special music performances. As we mentioned earlier, we have 4 incredible artists joining us today. The first breed of musicians to come on the show and celebrate Mission 4 with us, playing just for you hardcore fans at home, whilst we wait for the racing robot AIs to be transferred between the cars on the track. So kicking us off is KP Transmission. Karina works in experimental electronic style and uses some unconventional aesthetics, as you're about to.
EP transmission. Thank you for taking us through that break. You guys can check him out at cargocollective.com/Karina Kazarian for more info and more music and more of that. Hopefully that top he was wearing, I don't know if you saw, I need one of those maybe for my next outfit, for maybe round 11. I'll get that. Let's see if I can borrow that from him.
Maybe stick to the Roborace t-shirt for now, Kari.
Okay.
Just saying. Now to get back to Cars on Track, which is that's what we're on. Not long now until our next team get going. Let's take a look at them then. This is Arrival.
Team Arrival Racing are arguably one of the most experienced teams in Roborace, having been part of the competition since the very beginning.
I can hear Andy.
They were a strong contender in the 2019 Season Alpha Championship, taking wins through the year and growing into one of the top teams. Arrival Racing proved they have the speed and reliability, adapting well to the metaverse, and fighting for the top place in the championship all season. Expect them to be fast from the first lap.
Yeah, well, Arrival Racing were strong from the first lap. They've been competitive all season, although the last few rounds haven't all gone to plan. I'm joined now by the team principal, Alexey Skabelkin. Good to see you again, Alexey. I hope you're keeping well. Good to see you've had your down as well. You guys, have you been able to kind of look at the problems you've had in recent rounds and get some solutions?
Yeah, as you probably know, we had a hard luck on the previous competitions, and even on our recent test session before this event, we had only a couple of pretty useless runs due to metaverse issues. So yeah, we worked really hard to polish our software on this simulator. But we had almost no chance to prove it on the real track. So we'll see how it goes, and yeah.
And of course, it's not the same metaverse that you guys had to contend with last time. There's some very interesting new elements that already we saw MIT. They've struggled to come to terms with it a little bit.
Yes, of course. So it's like a very huge update. We introduced the interaction with the ghost car on this mission, and this brings a lot of new algorithms in here. And we need to predict the position and the speed and the trajectory of this ghost car, and try to follow or overtake it. And this is really hard.
Yeah, big challenge then, but are you guys excited for this?
Yes, of course. So we'd like to see how it goes.
We're looking forward to it too. Alexey, we'll let you get to work. Thanks very much for joining us, and best of luck today.
Thank you.
Okay, well, it looks like Arrival are getting ready to get to the start line. I can't see if they're still in the pits yet or not, but it is interesting to hear from Alexey, who from Team Arrival, who, Andy, as you know, the past few rounds haven't even finished at all. So where does that put them going into round 9?
On the back foot, and really needing to score some big points. They need to stop winning, really, which is something they couldn't stop doing for the first few rounds. And then, I don't know what happened through the middle part of the year. Maybe they got too confident, or maybe they started taking too many risks. Certainly last time it seemed to be quite a risky strategy that they had. They aborted their first attempt in round 7, which was the first day of competition here at Las Vegas last time, because they were going too slowly. They realised that they weren't going to beat their sort of big rivals, SIT. It kind of is now boiling down to a fight between Arrival and SIT for the championship. They realised they were going to be slower than SIT, so they thought there's no point finishing second. We need to go all out for the win. So they hit the reset button, they pulled back up on the start line, they went again, and they went off. and that meant that it was a non-finish for them last time out here at Las Vegas. And then in round number 8, they unfortunately had a similar problem. They spun off the track that time, exiting the final corner. They were recovered, they reset, they went again, and they went off again on their second attempt. They were trying to collect some loot, and as I think Matt was touching on earlier on, they went off the road in trying to get that extra couple of seconds worth of loot. The car just drove off the track, it avoided that second attempt and caused another non-finish. And all of this means that Arrival Racing, who were dominating the championship, have not scored any major points now since round number 4. This is round 9, so it has been almost a full half of the season, essentially, since they last scored any points for finishing. All teams, remember, get 500 points for getting to the start line, but then to score the extra points, you have to be inside the top 3 at the end of the day. There you can see the team hard at work, and worth pointing out again that everyone is working remotely. No one is at the track from the teams. And we've even got one bloke there sat in his car. Pavel is working away behind the wheel of his car. That's a unique office. Everyone else looks a little bit more comfy as they prepare now. All looking rather nervous, though, aren't they? They know there's quite a lot on the line here for Arrival Racing, whose time to beat then, that was set by MIT Driverless, was a total time of 7 minutes and 9 seconds, 7 minutes 9.2. And the 0.2 is relevant because we've seen positions decided by less than a second before in season beta, and who knows, could be the same thing again today. So the Devbot 2.0 then in the staging area, safety driver out of the way, and let's see how Arrival work now and handle these ghost cars. This is the first time that we'll actually have someone to compare to MIT Driverless, who were very cautious and also still managed to hit the ghost cars quite a lot. And as Chris was saying from the team, that really was a bit pointless. If you're going to hit them, at least go for it and try and go as quickly as you can. Car then goes into fully autonomous mode, and our second team are ready to go here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. It is Arrival Racing, the London-based team, who are about to show what they can do. Can they go to the top? Can they get to the end? That's got to be the main concern here. Tempting as it is to keep going aggressive and keep trying to score big points, maybe they'll be tempted here to take a slightly more cautious approach in order just to get to the finish. If they can finish inside the top 3, they will at least score some extra championship points and start closing maybe this gap to SIT. Arrival, remember, arrive here at this round quite some way behind. The car is off and running then. They head into the first corner at speed. Green flag for Arrival Racing. They work their way now through that first 2 corners, and they're off already. Arrival have spun at the second corner, and that just looked like a really aggressive steering input. I wonder if they came across, but we couldn't see from the onboard, unfortunately, whether there was a ghost car there that they were trying to pass. I think there was for MIT, wasn't there, through that first couple of corners? And I think Arrival have done the exact opposite there of MIT. They've tried, instead of slowing down and being really cautious, they've tried to overtake, and mid-corner, that's not the thing to do. The car is already unbalanced. It's really leaning on the right-hand side there as it goes through the left-hander, and any sudden input to the left especially is almost always going to end like that. One wheel off the track, car pointing the wrong way, and run number 1 is aborted. And there are the team who... Look at Alexey head in his hands as he... well, this is an all too familiar sight, really, isn't it? They spun last time, remember? They went off the track the day before in round 7. Even actually the event before that, rounds 5 and 6, they had some issues with the metaverse, and then they had a problem in round 6 when they reached the start line. Their software didn't initialise. Let's have a little listen then to see what Race Control is saying about this. I'm not hearing anything, should I be? Well, so all silent at the moment then as Arrival contemplate what's just happened. The good news is the car is up and moving again. Anytime the car leaves the circuit, then the Roborace team will want to have a little look, just check it over, make sure no damage has been done. There isn't much to hit here in the desert, but you do have those nasty gravel car park runoff areas, literally, that can sometimes do a bit of damage to the tyres or brakes, maybe. You get bits of gravel inside the wheels where they shouldn't be. Now, this is on board with Arrival. Look at the way that the steering wheel sort of jerk. They're on a strange line anyway. Actually, no, they just carried too much speed, didn't they, into the corner? And then, now, I wonder if the AI... No, I was going to say, I wonder if the AI had seen the ghost car in the distance and tried to lift or something, but the car was out of control before it even got to the first corner. I don't think that was metaverse related. I think the car was just going too quickly for the turn, and the rear was stepping out before it even really got into the corner. So that's not a mistake you expect from Arrival, but I say this every time, and then they keep making mistakes. Look at this, on board again here with Arrival. So they come towards the left, they're way offline, and it's just dirty and dusty out there, and there just isn't the grip. And if this was a human driver, a professional racing driver, they wouldn't be out there anyway, because that's not the grippy side of the road, but they would sort of start to feel in the seat of their pants that the car was getting a bit sideways, and they'd lift and they'd react to it. But the AI doesn't have that ability. They have to read the grip level of the... Well, welcome back everyone to Las Vegas. I think we lost you there for a moment or two. You didn't miss anything of any real interest because Arrival Racing are still in the pit lane, just getting their, as I said, getting the deadbot checked over and resetting now for their second run. If you're just joining us, this is our second team out on the circuit. MIT Driverless have set a benchmark that was not that competitive, although we don't really know what competitive is this week because of the all-new metaverse items, the ghost cars that they're having to overtake out on circuit. Bonus time available for each overtake they make as well. But MIT did, on their second attempt at least, get a clean run. Arrival Racing, though, didn't even get into... Well, they were just going into the second corner of their first lap when the car broke loose. It got sideways, spun through 180 degrees, went off the track, and unfortunately that means they abort their first run. As you could see there before it disappeared, typically the time is ticking down towards 10 minutes. Here's the replay though of what happened. The car is offline going into turn 2. It's on the dirty side of the road, bit too much speed carried, bit too much steering input, and lazily, look, the car just spins around. As soon as the traction breaks completely, the brakes are applied and it slides to a stop very gracefully. Actually, they were about to come up and overtake the first of those ghost cars, but that unfortunately they weren't able to do. They never got there. So looks like we are getting ready to go again. Yep, doors being shut. The safety driver will make the car take the car back around to the staging area, and Arrival still then looking to try and break this awful run of form that they've had. They won the first 2 events of the season. They took another win in round 4, but round 4 was the last time that they stayed inside the top 3. In fact, last time they finished at all. A series of DNFs through round 5, 6, 7, and 8, and now here they come into the 9th round, mission 4.0 of season beta. Very much on the back foot, very much needing to try and avoid exactly the kind of mistakes that they just had. So slightly shorter route by the looks of it back to the start line as well now than we've had in the past. I think we're based out of a slightly different part of the Las Vegas Motor Speedway road course here. You can see the rather imposing grandstands of the 1.5 mile speedway just ahead. As Arrival bear down on the staging area, which, yeah, definitely is further down here than it used to be. So they are straight into a corner, really, aren't they, as well? That shouldn't make too much difference. The AI should be able to handle that. But it means that as soon as the car leaves the line, it's straight into action. So the driver then will get out, go through this process again within the next 60 seconds. Hopefully we should get Arrival Racing's second run underway. Now, the last... couple of rounds they have had to rely on a second attempt, and on both occasions they've gone off on that second attempt, and they probably won't be filled with confidence after what happened first time around. funny now, I remember right back at the start of the season when they were doing all of the winning, and they were winning by a comfortable amount as well. It's not like they were just barely grabbing the victories. They were dominating and winning by a minute or more through rounds 1 and 2 especially. But yeah, it's been strange to think that back then we were almost giving this championship to them. We'd sort of resigned ourselves to the fact that it was really going to be a fight to see who could be best of the rest. And how times have changed. Arrival arrive here at round 9, 900 points behind the championship leaders SIT, who will be up a little bit later in the day. But you can gain 500 points just for getting to the start line. So they've already got those 500 points. You get 300 for winning, 200 for second, and 100 for third. So they can start winning again and hope that maybe SIT have a bad round. Then they can close that gap up pretty quickly. The trouble for Arrival is that in the last 2 rounds that they've not finished, SIT has won. So they've taken 600 points out of them in just the last 2 rounds alone. So there you can see a lot of very complicated information that I would love to be able to explain to you, but I'm afraid that is quite literally a foreign language to me. But I'm sure that the Arrival team on the right of your screen can tell you exactly what all of that is, and they will be hoping that they've got everything right now and that they know that they're at least going to be able to complete the run, even if they maybe aren't able to utilise the Metaverse. Let's find out then. Away they go down into turn 1. Now, will they go a bit slower maybe through this first sequence of corners? This is where it all went wrong about 10 minutes ago. Into turn number 2. Ooh, well, slightly shaky, but yes, they are at least through. They took a much tighter line, did you notice there? Trying to stay on the clean side of the road. So we are up and running then for Arrival Racing, and they approach their first ghost car to negotiate then out through the far end of the circuit. Keep an eye to the top right of the screen. Even if we don't see it on our screen, we will be able to tell whether or not they've made a successful overtake. Remember, every overtake saves them 20 seconds from their clear time, but if they hit the obstacle, if they hit the car, then that is 30 seconds added on. The loop still remains the same. 2 seconds will be shaved from the time for every item of loot that they get, which is fairly minimal now actually in comparison to the time that's been gained and lost from the overtakes, as it should be, because we are supposed to be prioritising the overtakes and the negotiating of the moving cars. That's the direction that we're moving in here in Roborace, to try and hopefully have wheel-to-wheel racing on the track. So into another chicane, car moving quite quickly, has to really slow down. Now, you can see here the car is a little bit further back, and that looks like it might be a good overtake round the outside. No, couldn't go right round the outside, but the car making much more of an attempt here to actually overtake, but they've hit it. Look, they've hit the ghost car. They overtook it at the same time, but they did just clip it on the way through. So interesting. A few things to unpack from that first lap then. First of all, look at the loot. They've collected 5 of the loot items, whereas MIT only collected 1 over the entire 4 laps. So that straight away is gaining them a bit more time. Also, whereas MIT seems content just to sit behind the ghost cars, Arrival aren't, but they're driving straight through them, which isn't really... this is the tactic that MIT said they probably should have used. If you're going to hit the ghost cars, then at least gain a bit of time by doing it and go a bit quicker doing it. That certainly seems to be what Arrival are doing. So 2 overtakes technically, but 2 hits as well. That means 60 seconds being added on, 40 seconds being taken back away because of the overtake, plus then the extra 10 seconds for the loop. So that works out, I reckon, at a 10-second loss. And yeah, the times at the bottom of the screen will reflect that as well. Remember, it's the time in the multicoloured box that counts. That is the total time. The clear time underneath is just the outright time that they set before we add the Metaverse score in. So hard really to tell whether this has been a successful run or not. It's probably going to be quicker than MIT if they carry on in this vein, but are they going to score as highly from the Metaverse, and ultimately which is going to count more, outright pace or successful overtakes? That wasn't a successful overtake. They clipped it on the way on their outside, but as I said earlier on, even if you hit it, as long as you then sort of back off and overtake it cleanly again, you are still going to get points for getting past. It's only if you sort of sit and follow it until it disappears completely in front of you, that won't score you any bonuses, but if you hit it and then pass it, you do at least get a bit of the time back. Right then, third lap underway. They will have these ghost cars to overtake on every single lap, and they are once again going to have to try and Let's see, are they going to hit every one of them? They haven't hit everyone, but they've certainly hit, they hit 3 of the 4 that I think they've negotiated so far. No more loot being added at the moment either, which is a little bit interesting. They also don't seem able to pass this first one on the lap, do they? Because I think all of the overtakes they've had have been through the second half of each lap, which is odd because actually that's the narrower part of the circuit, but they do seem able to get past them a little bit better. Riding back on board with Arrival into this quick chicane. Oh, and very sideways there, the camera cutting out as well, which is never good when you're riding on board. Makes it look like the car's spinning, but was very, very quick through there. And through this, what is actually quite a spectacular sequence of corners out through the back of the circuit there. The average speed starts to pick up. The top speed that we saw from MIT, by the way, Matt was commenting that it was fairly impressive, 154 kilometres an hour, so that is pretty impressive. They did go quicker actually on their first attempt slightly. They got up to 157 kilometres an hour, going that little bit, and they went that little bit slower on the second lap. Not quite sure what Arrival have managed so far. You can see there the elapsed and result time at the top right hand corner of the screen, the team watching on as the DevBot goes through to complete another lap, and they have 5 items of loot but 4 hits now and 4 overtakes. So the same story, isn't it? They keep hitting the ghost car and then going past it, which is okay if it's a virtual object, but imagine if that was a real car that they were having to overtake. That tactic wouldn't really work. So this is all telling me that we're not quite at the point yet, are we, where they are going to be able to go out there and race wheel to wheel with each other. But you've got to start somewhere. Baby steps are the way to start, and that is what Season Beta is all about. There you can see the aerial view of what this sort of second half of the lap looks like. You've got those sweeping 180-degree corners, and then out through this long sort of opening right-hander that tightens up right at the end as you go into that chicane, and then down into the final couple of corners. So 5 overtakes made. We're on our final lap as well. The clear time for MIT was 6 minutes and 21. It's actually going to be quite close this. The total time was 7 minutes and 9. That is also going to be close. I'm not convinced that this more aggressive approach for Arrival Racing is actually going to give them a far better score than MIT Driverless. And they are heading towards the final corner now. Let's see what they can do. Out of the final turn, the tightest corner on the track, accelerating across the start-finish line. The result time is the one we're looking at there. That was just under 7 minutes, I think, wasn't it? Let's wait for official confirmation. It was just over 7 minutes and 1, as opposed to 7 minutes 9 for MIT. They got more overtakes out of it than MIT did, but they also hit more of the ghost cars than MIT. The key there, I think, was that they kept the speed up. So I think MIT will have seen that, and they might now think that that's the strategy they should deploy tomorrow, because if you are going to hit those ghost cars, maybe just keeping your foot down and driving straight through them, as Arrival generally seem to there, is the way forward. We will get all of these scores clarified for you, though. We'll have the official scoreboard up with Matt and Corey in a little while, but so far a promising start there for Arrival Racing. The main point is that they finished a round for the first time in recent memory, and they've also finished it with a pretty decent score.
Okay.
I want to just clap my hands for Arrival right now. They finished.
That did the same.
They got through a round. Yes. They have something, the golf clap. This is our Roborace clap. I don't know what we'll do, but that was the first time I've seen Arrival finish a round, so I was excited for them. It was touch and go there for a hot second.
Yeah, it was actually. I think when we first saw that first run, unfortunately come to such a premature end, we all started, God, after all the bad luck that they've had in recent rounds. It looked like it struck them again. Here we can have a look at it again, just braking a bit too heavily in a straight line there. Almost on the limit for straight line braking, and tried to steer for turn 2 and went beyond the limit, and that's what happens. But got themselves back together. We could see, actually, it was great, wasn't it, to see all their faces and see how calm they all managed to stay, to get the AI back out on track and up and running and smashing through a few of those ghost cars.
Yeah, it was interesting because they took a completely different approach than MIT, whereas MIT was kind of staying behind, trying to avoid the ghost cars. Arrival just plowed right through them, and based on the rules for Mission 4, when you do that, obviously you get penalized, but because you overtook, you only really get penalized 10 seconds, like Chris was saying. So interesting approach, and I'm interested to see how it stacks up against the actual time from MIT.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that very shortly. In the meantime, let's get to a couple of the questions from the chat room. Corey, what's been going on in there? I know that there was a little bit of a buzz really around that run.
Yeah, for sure. Everyone was definitely paying attention and excited for Arrival's finish. They got some props there. But there were some questions as well, and maybe you can help answer some of these. From Mason Jam. I love all these names. That's my favorite. Asks, how long is the Las Vegas Motor Speedway distance? Like how far is it one lap? Do you know?
Yes, it's 2 kilometers in length. So in miles, what's that, Corey? It's about 1.6 miles, is it? Something like that?
I don't know.
Two,
okay.
Well, it's all right. 2 kilometers in length. That's quite short for a race circuit, actually. You know, a lot of more standard race circuits, certainly in Europe anyway, would be more like 4 to 5 kilometers in length. So Las Vegas Motor Speedway is quite short, but there's plenty going on. There's some really interesting corners there, lots of medium fast ones, and some tight chicanes as well, as we've just seen, some heavy braking. No huge long straights, but it's perfect, really, I think, for Roborace to to put the DevBot to the test.
Yeah, for sure. We have another question. Really love seeing the team before and during the Arrival run. Not many other motorsports can get that close to people when they're in racing mode. I mean, well, we're just different here at Roborace, right? The fact that they're not even here at the racetrack is something in itself.
Yeah, and as Andy pointed out, we saw one of the team there for Arrival actually sat in his car. It looked like he was picking his kids up from school or something and just waiting in the car park. I thought, might as well just have a little bit of a robo race while I'm waiting for the kids. But yeah, it is really cool to see that. And as I said, we were able to see the reaction on the face. You know, they didn't panic when they had the issue on their first run. And again, I think that's, to be honest, Corey, I think that's going to be something that the guys behind the series will look to develop as well as this championship progresses. It's not just about the metaverse, it's not just about the cars and the technology we see out on the track, but also the way that we produce the show. And it's good to get people's feedback on those things too, because maybe at some stage in the future we'll be getting a little bit of interaction with the teams. We'll be able to talk to them and things like that as well. So keep your thoughts coming on all that stuff, because it definitely feeds back to the guys at Roborace, and they really want the fans to drive this show. So as you said, Corey, that's why Roborace is so unique, I think, really.
Yeah, it's definitely unique. Then all electric, everything, we've already talked about this. They asked what happened to Arrival spinning off the track. I know you said that they brake too hard on the straights, but Andy pointed out that he wasn't sure. Was it the metaverse that caused the problem? And you're saying that it wasn't at all. And as a newbie to this sport and really motorsport in general, I didn't realize that could happen when you're just going straight. Can you just talk a little bit more about why maybe that occurred?
Yeah, well, we believe that they were braking on the limit, and maybe they just went a little bit over the limit. The car is, one of the safety features of the car is that it has sensors on it that detect the G-forces. And obviously it's crucial to the development of this technology safety is first. So anything that's slightly out of the ordinary like that, and the car will just stop. It will just shut down. So it always looks a lot worse than it is. It always looks as though it's something quite terminal with the car, and it's just a safety feature. And,
also, go ahead.
Go on, it's all right. I think I can hear Andy eating his dinner in the
I know.
background. I want to know what he's having.
Something. On Twitch, someone else was asking about our Roborace shirts. Check out mine. Here's cool. Like, and then on the back, I don't want to fall out of my chair, but can you see the back of my shirt?
Yeah, just about.
So,
yeah, very
yep.
cool.
So, yeah, they're asking how they can get some merch. And, you know, I had to like specifically go stalk Chip down who runs Roborace to get my one shirt and maybe one more. But coming soon to Roborace.com, I'm sure we're going to get some t-shirts and stuff that you guys can all buy and wear while you're enjoying our race series.
Yeah, there's
right,
no way that
Phil.
t-shirt is going to fit Chip.
All right, well, let's take a look at...
yeah, go on. Go for it, Corey. Sorry, I interrupted you again. All right, look, top speed. It just goes to show it's not everything. 125 k's an hour for a rival for MIT, but the important thing there is the result time. More hits, more loot, and crucially, more overtakes. So their more kind of daring strategy worked out in the end, but there's only 10 seconds in it. Well, 11 seconds to be precise. So Arrival Racing on top so far with that result time of 6 minutes 58.2 seconds. So their daring do paid off there, I think.
There you go. It's still a close race in general, only off by a few seconds. So, all right. Well, after that run, we're joined now with Alexey. How did that feel for you today? I'm sure just gratifying that you made it around.
Yeah, so basically what you see with our tries is it calls the lack of testing. So we're developing cutting edge algorithms, and we need much more time to test and validate it on the track. And with these like very short periods between the races and almost nothing in terms of testing on the track, it is so we see the result. For the second run, we had to put our very safe targets in terms of accelerations and disable the most recent and the newest part of our software to just safely finish the run without spinning the car. This is just because of we need to tune our algorithms, which is again cutting edge. We need to tune it a lot, and yeah, that's why it happens. And I mean, for now, for us, the win or lose is just a matter of luck. With this situation around testing sessions and racing periods.
So when you guys spun out that first time, did you change anything when you guys had a moment to restart? Or was that, like you said, just an algorithm that went wrong? Or did you actually make a tweak before your second run?
As I said, I've disabled the newest part of our algorithm, which tries to follow the ghost vehicle before overtaking it. That's why you saw that we hit some of the ghost vehicles, because we didn't have an ability to follow them properly. But in these cases, we need to follow them. Now we couldn't. So we need to tune this algorithm, and we had no time to do that.
Okay. Do you think? I mean, is there any chance that there's anything different we'll see tomorrow in that regards, or do you need the next 3 weeks to really get there?
Okay, well, we have at least one log with this issue, and based on this, we can try to implement some changes or do some like strategies or statements according to our software. And yeah, so I really believe so.
So maybe we'll see a little bit different strategy tomorrow than from you guys at Arrival. But congrats on a great run, and looking forward to round 10. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
All right, best of luck. All right, so that was Alexey commenting on his round. He seems slightly more in better spirits than last time I spoke to him. But so what do you think, Matt?
Yeah, I think relief probably for Alexey, as you said, to get around, but also they know that they've got work to do and they know where they need to work on. So, as he said, they decided to disable that part of the software that lines up the car before overtaking it. So we'll see tomorrow if they enable that, and will it work? That's something for us all to look forward to. In the meantime, though, time now for our next groundbreaking music interlude. This time with a resident of the Roborace music team, Tate. Vladislav Green is based in St. Petersburg, and he calls his compositions modular wave music that he creates with some strange-looking musical instruments of cables. And to take us through to the next race team on track, here's Tate. How good was that? I really enjoyed that modular wave music. That's what it sounds like. That was our very own Tate. I feel like you need some cable ties, though. Make sure you head over to his website, Tate, that's taet.bandcamp.com if you want to post him some cable ties or download a bit more of his music. But we'll be hearing plenty more from him as things progress. Now, not long before our next team is out on track, so let's take a quick look at them. The thus far all-conquering Acronis SIT Autonomous.
From the Research Center at the Schaffhausen Institute of Technology comes Acronis SIT Autonomous. Acronis are the leading provider of AI-powered cyber protection to global sports teams and are supporting the Swiss-based Research Center in their entrance to Roborace Season Beta. This powerful matchup are working hard to achieve maximum pace. Acronis SIT have brought plenty of shocks and surprises to their first season, taking race wins and battling for position at the top of the championship table. But only time will tell if they can stay ahead long enough to win the title overall.
Well, there is on top as things stand with a 900-point championship lead, and we're joined right now by the team principal, Ilya Shimchik. Hey, Ilya, nice to see you. How are you guys feeling ahead of this one? Some fresh new challenges once again in the world of Roborace for you. Sorry, Ilya, I'm not sure if Ilya is able to hear me or if he's hearing something else there, but...
yeah, I'm hearing something else here, so can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you carry on, Ilya, if you don't mind. I'm not sure what you can hear, but I can hear some things too. But yeah, we can see your car out there now in Las Vegas at the Motor Speedway, getting ready to run. What have you been preparing for us for this round?
So actually, the rules quite changed. I mean, the new complicated things has been added to this event, and now we have Ghost Car on the track and we need to compete with them. And actually, it's one more step further to our ultimate goal of wheel-to-wheel racing. So step by step, with this adding like a Ghost Car, we are moving to wheel-to-wheel racing, and we are happy to see our result in this type of competition, because actually we, as all of the teams, we don't have enough time or not have enough chances to test our software on track with Ghost Car. And actually, as I usually say, for us it's like official testing. So we again testing our software, because since the last test in the past week that we had, there are some changes in our software, and also the changes in the architecture of Roborace software that Roborace provides to us. So changes in metaverse and changes in the Ghost Car behavior. So actually we don't know what to expect right now, because there's new software from our side and new software from Roborace side, and we never tested it. So let's see what will happen.
That's the interesting thing, isn't it? Are you kind of less worried about performance then right now, Ilya, in terms of speed of the car and the results of how today goes? And are you more focused on seeing how the software responds?
So right now we are focused mostly on understanding how our new features, new software, new algorithms will behave with the Ghost Car, and then after we'll see that everything works correctly, then we'll go to the performance. So, but yeah, comparing to the previous round, we slightly increasing step by step our performance and decreasing the lap time.
Okay, well, it's been really interesting so far watching the other teams, Ilya, and seeing how their software has dealt with the Ghost Cars. We're really looking forward to seeing what you guys have come up with, and now's the time to find out. So thank you very much for joining us, and good luck.
Yeah, thank you, Matt.
Be interesting, isn't it, to see how Acronis SIT get on here, then the points leaders by a huge amount now as well after this brilliant run they've been on over the last few rounds. Can they carry it on? I mean, it seems almost unthinkable that they could win another event now on the bounce Arrival Racing getting to the finish today, though, that's really important because that will now put some more pressure on SIT. They know that they have to, they can't back off maybe quite as much as they'd like to because they know Arrival have put in a pretty decent time as well. MIT have gone well. ARG, who are coming up later, they've been quick in the last few rounds too. So SIT can't afford to take their foot off the pedal here at all. They've got to keep going and try to score as well as they can. Last time we were here at Las Vegas for rounds 7 and 8, it was in round 7 and 8 both times a pretty perfect performance from SIT. In round 7 they took the victory, having set the fastest clear time by around 12 seconds. They collected 52 of the collectibles on round 7, but most importantly didn't hit any of the obstacles. They did the same thing then on day 2, 0 obstacles hit for 2 events in a row. That's never happened before in Roborace, and there you can see the team ready to go as they prepare to literally limbering up 1 or 2 of them, even though they're not physically driving the cars. It's a really anxious moment, this, and always fascinates me. I mean, we focus so much on the technology of Roborace, and we focus a lot on the incredible software that goes into making what we see in front of us possible. It's sometimes easy to forget the human side of this particular sport. It's not all about the robots, it's not all about computers. There are real people all around the world who have put real blood, sweat and tears into these projects, and I can only imagine their nerves and anxiety as we now move towards the car heading out on circuit, because all of that work you've done, the slightest error, the slightest thing that you've missed can have disastrous consequences, even for a team that seemingly have been unstoppable in recent rounds. SIT, as I said, won the last 2 rounds. They've won 4 events now in Season Beta, more than anybody else, and they really seem to have hit their stride in a way once we arrived at Las Vegas. I don't think a round of Roborace will go by where we don't mention how their season started with that pretty spectacular accident into the pit wall at Thruxton, and the world is still talking about that too, it must be said. I saw a video the other day of Lando Norris, Formula 1 racer, podium finisher now, reacting to that. It's a truly iconic motorsport moment. Hopefully we're going to see another one now, but a little bit less costly and destructive than that Thruxton moment, as we get to see Acronis SIT go up against the metaverse, arguably the best developed AI software in Roborace at the moment. How will they react to these ghost cars? Will they be able to pull off clean overtakes? That's been the problem so far, hasn't it? Both of the teams we've had so far, both MIT and Arrival, they've proven they can overtake the ghost cars, but they've always made contact with them first. So maybe the issue is that they're getting too close. Remember, the ghost cars only reveal themselves to the AI at a certain point. They get a relatively little amount of time to react to those ghost cars. And maybe that's why some of them, because they're carrying so much speed, they're just getting so close to the back of the ghost cars, they can't then stop in time. If anyone's going to be able to show us how it's done, though, it is Acronis SIT Autonomous, who, just to remind you, run with a different version or different dev bot. It's the same car, it's the same technology, there's no performance advantage from having this different dev bot. It just runs with their own livery because of the Acronis sponsorship. So it's literally just a sponsorship thing. There is no difference in these 2 dev bots. Exactly the same performance, exactly the same power, tyres, brakes, everything. It just looks a little bit different, and of course ultimately we hope to have every team using their own personalised dev bot. On the line then is the red and white Acronis SIT autonomous car that leads the championship in Season Beta. The pretty much guarantee they'll be leading the championship after this week as well, but by how much? Well, we're about to find out because they're off the line. We are away in racing here with our 3rd team of the day. Really excited to see this one. They're not hanging around, are they? Lots of speed taken through that first couple of corners. And are they going to make the overtake? Yes, they have. Look at that. Straight away, They pull offline, they go around the outside of the ghost car, and they pull off what I think really is our first fully clean overtake of the day. I had a feeling this was going to be something special, and SIT Autonomous might be about to move the goalposts even further here. They are already the class of the field in Season Beta, and if they can keep on doing that for the remaining 3.5 laps, this could be a really special time indeed. Full speed now down through the chicane. The thing about SIT is that they're not only clean, but they are quick as well, and so when they don't have obstacles in their way, they're capable maybe of going a little bit faster than some of the other teams are as well. Another ghost car here to be avoided. Let's see how they do this. This is the narrow section, and they've hit it this time. They have hit the ghost car, but then the decision is made pretty quickly to just drive straight through, so they do get credited for the overtake, and now they're collecting loot as well. I think a few of the teams have almost forgotten about the loot that is out there. 5 bonuses collected then as they go through the last corner, and look at how much quicker they're going out of that final turn than certainly MIT, but even Arrival were. That was a first lap time of around about 1:20. Really rapid indeed. Ooh, just about stopping, in fact almost coming to a complete standstill that time to avoid this obstacle. Look how much further back they're staying though. They're not getting too close until they're absolutely sure that it's safe to do so. That's some really clever work, and in the end they elect not to make the overtake. They just sit behind the obstacle until it disappears. They only have a certain amount of distance to make the pass before the ghost car simply vanishes and they're allowed to continue on their way. Obviously, it means that they can safely get through, but it also means they don't get the chance to get those 20 seconds back for the overtakes. So coming then through on their second lap, this is looking good so far. Just the one little mistake. They carried a little bit too much speed into that chicane, ran into the back of a ghost, and now they've got another one at the same part of the circuit. So let's see if the AI has learnt from the previous lap. Does it hang back a bit further? No, it carries on straight in, but goes around the outside and does it. Nicely done. Swerves around the outside, so it did learn, because that was exactly the same part of the track that it hit the ghost car a lap ago, and this time it makes a successful overtake, having to really deviate from the racing line to do it, but it's worth it because you might lose a second or so from going live, but you'll gain 20 back if you can overtake. So halfway through the run then, 3 overtakes, which means that is a full 60 seconds being saved. Only 1 hit, that's a 30-second penalty, and 5 loot items, which means they've saved another 10 seconds there and another 20 with another clean overtake going on to the third lap. It's almost been perfect. It's not quite going to be the perfect score that they scored at the last couple of rounds, where they didn't hit a single obstacle on either round 7 or 8 of the championship. They have hit one today, but I think we'll forgive them because this is such a massive step up in terms of the challenge that they're being faced with today with this metaverse. Definitely the toughest round, and because the penalties are so severe, 30 seconds for each one that you hit, you really do have to perform well. Right, down into the chicane. Looking forward to this now. A little bit of overtaking coming up. Which way does it go? Which way does the ghost car go? Which way does the dead bot go? Inside or outside? Goes to the outside again. And it goes through it. There's contact. So that was another hit. And yeah, that time it definitely did. There was a bit of a push to pass that, wasn't it? For Acronis SIT. So SIT then racking up the penalties, but as a couple of people have made the point today, the penalty for actually hitting those ghost cars isn't too severe, really. If you hit it and then overtake it, you only really lose 10 seconds, because you save 20 from the overtake and you lose 30 from the hit. They've got that one down now, haven't they, through the first couple of corners. Another nice clean pass there, as we're now on the 4th and final lap. Yeah, I do just wonder whether Roborace might watch this and think, because they have got a habit, haven't they, Roborace? We've seen that this season. If they think that the teams are having it too easy, they will try and make life a bit tougher for them in the future. So I wonder if they'll look at this and think, okay, maybe we need to make the overtaking rule a little bit harder. Anyway, for the time being, it's the same for everyone, of course. So SIT have, no doubt about it, definitely done this better than either of the teams we've seen so far, because they have made a handful of completely clean overtakes. Let's see if they can get another one now then. Their final ghost car that they have to try and find a way past into this devilishly tight chicane at the end of the lap. Oh, they almost come to a standstill. Keep going, keep going. There we go. That was precious time lost, though. But they did crucially avoid hitting the floating dolphin, words I've never said in racing commentary before, and they are therefore hopefully going to make the safe overtake into the last corner. Yes, they do. Look at that, another 20 seconds then, just in the nick of time as well, because they come out of the final corner, and look at the time on the bottom of the screen. That is phenomenal. A clear time of 1 minute and 23. But once you add on those 7 overtakes, the 5 boot items, and just the 2 hits, that is a total time of under 4 minutes. Remarkable. Fantastic stuff that from SIT Autonomous. They really are leading the way in season beta. Just to compare that then to Arrival Racing. Arrival's total time was 6 minutes and 58 seconds. 6:58. And Acronis SIT, unless I've missed something there in the clock reset or something, which I didn't spot, then that is an absolutely incredible time. We will get official confirmation of that a bit later on, but we will hopefully see them at the top of the times. I'm fairly sure that will be the case. So that was a bit more like it, wasn't it? We will, as I said, get official confirmation of that score shortly, but I think we can safely say it will be the best score of the day so far. But we still have 3 more teams to go, so there's every chance that the leaderboard could change. Join us after the short break for all of the reaction to what was a really strong performance there from our championship leaders.
How about that then, Corey? Acronis SIT setting the benchmark once again. What an effort that was. It was amazing to watch.
An incredible performance by Acronis SIT. Again, this is my second time being here for Roborace, and I knew that they were in the lead. I knew they are doing well, but to really blow everyone out of the water like that so early on with this huge leap in metaverse is pretty incredible to see. We talked about Arrival's strategy before, which worked for them, but this was even got them there faster. And it was interesting to see, for me, the car really kind of staying behind the ghost car, and then it would get there and finally go around. They overtook so beautifully.
Yeah, you could see the AI actually working it out. You could physically see that on the track. Of course, if we weren't able to see the metaverse, we wouldn't even know any of that was going on. But the metaverse also helps us to see exactly what the AI is doing out on track. It's not just the car going around in circles, it's making decisions. And I thought it was so cool to see that, a clean overtake right at the first attempt. Obviously, they got their software sorted out, and not only that, but they committed to using it as well. Let's have a look at that and how that went. There you go. There's the first overtake right off the bat, laying down the gauntlet and saying, boom, we're here. This is what we're going to do. Of course, it didn't quite all go to plan. Next time around, hit the ghost car there. But as Andy said in commentary, the impressive thing, Corey, for me, was that the second time around, look, same corner, overtook a ghost car clean. So it's learning as it goes along, in exactly the same corner. It made a clean pass, and in the end, it wasn't the only one. And it made for a really, really impressive total expected time, and we'll get confirmation of that in a little while.
Yeah, like you said, really impressive that the car is able to make those type of decisions after just one lap. So I'm continually amazed by the engineering and the science behind all of this. So there's been a lot more action on our Twitch chat. Wanted to check in over there, see how we're looking. From @FrenchFry says, are you surprised by how strong SIT have been in the last couple events? I mean, for me, they've been in the lead the whole time, but for you, what's it been like to see kind of their progression?
Yeah, I think in the last few events, it's not just been that Acronis SRT have been so strong, it's also been that Arrival Racing, who've been their main competitor from the start of season beta, have run into some bad luck and some issues. So it's made it, it's made that disparity look perhaps bigger than it really is. And we've seen it again today in Las Vegas. But yeah, I think the progress is there to see. They are raising the bar now. Let's not forget Acronis SRT are one of the most experienced, if not the most experienced teams out there. They've been developing this software for quite a long time now, and obviously they have huge resources behind them as well. However, we're seeing them raise the bar, and that's what we've just seen today. As I said just before, the software was ready for these new metaverse elements. They was ready for the ghost cars, but also I think they deserve credit for having the conviction to go with it as well. They don't get a lot of testing. They don't really know. Ilya said it to us before, didn't he, Corey? They didn't really know if it was going to work until they ran it today. And that was what was so impressive, I think.
Yeah, it's so interesting because they have simulators that they can test their software on. Is that right? How that works? And
that's right.
It's not until they actually get on the track to see how it will go. So it's a surprise to all of them. Also from Twitch, from @Simon he asks, what happens if a car hits the virtual car? Is it a DNF that does not finish like it would be in real life if a car crashed? But it's not, right? It's a penalty. Can you just talk us through those numbers?
Yeah, just to reiterate then, at this stage of the competition with the ghost cars, if the cars collide, it's a penalty, 30-second penalty, but it's a time reward of 20 seconds for an overtake. So if you can make that cleanly, then you get 20 seconds knocked off your time. But if you make the overtake, even though you collide, then that penalty is 10 seconds rather than 30. If you get my drift. So it's worth. We saw with MIT's run first out, they were a little bit reticent. They once the car got behind them, once it collided, they didn't go and commit and make the pass, which is what they should have done. But of course, the whole idea of this is that we do get wheel-to-wheel robots racing against each other, and if that's the case, then there will be DNFs because there'll be mechanical damage to the car. So it's all fun and games at the moment, but these guys have got to work it out.
Yeah. From Neely Wheely, fun one. It says all the teams seem to be separated. Like, what they mean by that is they're not, they're not even in the same room. These teams, not only are they not in the same room, they're not even here in Vegas, nor are they in America. They could be anywhere. So how tricky is it to try and work this huge operation in so many different time zones?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the same for our production, isn't it? Right now, Corey, you're in Las Vegas. I'm here in Huddersfield, which is in the north of England. We've got crew in Toronto, in Canada. We've got crew in London. We've got crew in Moscow. Our sound engineers, for example, are in Russia, and we're all over. So, that's hence a few glitches along the way. So it's challenging for us. It's equally challenging, I'm sure, for the team. Hey, but this is the same for a lot of people right now, isn't it? We've all had to come to terms with a new way of working over the last 12 months. And in some ways it's been quite tricky. And in some ways, I think we've probably found new ways of working in the future, which, I don't know how that's been for you, Corey, in your other work, but it's certainly been the case for me.
I think across the board, whether it's been here at Roborace in production or just, everyone's normal jobs because of COVID. We didn't do this necessarily because of COVID. We just did this because we could. We've all realized that we can do so much remotely with technology, and that's kind of the basis for what Roborace is about. It's like technology is the future. And that's kind of where we're headed. It's such a cool thing that you get to be such a huge part of the show and you're not even here, which makes me sad. But it's cool that you can still, help me out and teach me the lay of the land here. So it's been really
well.
Neat.
You know what? The good news for you then, Corey, is that actually when the COVID restrictions are eased, we're going to do the whole thing here in Huddersfield. So you get to fly over here to to West Yorkshire, and we're going to do it all from. Going to get everyone over here and do it from here. So
perfect. Yeah, they had already sent me the
forward
tour brochure, so I was looking at all the highlights of the one pub there.
Yeah, we got a pub, we've got a post office. What else we got?
Wow.
Sheep. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So well, look, we're still waiting for confirmation of these results, and 3 more teams still to come as well. So stick with us. Confirmed, the calculations have been done. Okay, let's have a look at those results then. They are now confirmed. The metaverse has been calculated officially, and as Andy predicted, it's a result time of under 4 minutes for Acronis SIT Autonomous. That is an absolutely sensational result for them, helped along the way by those 7 overtakes with just 2 hits. And that puts them comfortably on top. 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes faster than MIT Driverless and Arrival Racing. So a really sensational effort from Acronis SIT, and it's going to take something really special from the University of Pisa, Autonomous Racing Graz, or PoliMOVE to dislodge them from top spot today.
Okay, and here we are with Ilya. Glad to see you, and we got to take a look at your team at the end of your round, and there was a big smile on your face. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, we're very happy with this result. We showed what we can, and as I said earlier, that we didn't know what to expect, and fortunately, the run was quite good for us, and we overtook a lot of cars, and we're happy with this.
Yeah, you did. You really did that cleanly, especially once you got around into that second lap. Is that all part of the programming? Like when you got to the Dolphin, my favorite ghost car, again, and you made it around cleanly, was that learning on the part of the car at that point, or how did that, how did you guys turn things around there?
Yeah, I mean, shortly we can say that our software can adapt to Dolphins, but to be honest, it's kind of like a way of unpredictability, because each time maybe in some sense we can say that each time when we decide either overtake or not, we estimating the risk of overtaking, and if we think that this maneuver is not safe for the car, if you if you break some boundaries or safety margins in our software, then we will not overtake. So I believe there's a difference between first and second attempt. I mean, the first time we didn't overtake the Dolphin, second time we overtook it, just because the initial conditions. So maybe the second time we were closer to the Dolphin before the turn, or some different initial conditions.
Amazing. I bet when you started this project, you never thought you'd be talking about dolphins, I'm sure. But rewinding a bit, when you heard about that the new metaverse, did you know that there was going to be ghost cars? And then how did you guys prepare for that?
Yeah, actually, we discussed that there will be ghost car from the beginning of the season. So when we started the preparation for the season, there was like a technical discussion between all the teams and Roborace, and we like identified steps which need to be done in order to achieve the wheel-to-wheel racing. So we understood that we will face this ghost car, but we never expect the dolphins.
Well, we gotta hand it to our guys in the metaverse at Roborace for that, and I can't wait to see what else they have up their sleeve as this season continues. You guys are really, setting the bar high, and I mean, to come in over 3 minutes above anyone else so far today is pretty incredible. So, what in your head, like, what do you do next? I mean, obviously, you have such a big lead. Do you take? I mean, you're already taking risks. But how do you guys take it even a step further at this point?
Oh, so actually there's a lot of improvement in our software. I mean, we see that the performance is not ideal. We can push the boundaries a bit further and achieve high performance or cornering speed, for example. Also, we see that the behavior in overtaking of these ghost cars could be better. So we see those imperfections, so we definitely will work on it. And also, there's nothing that we prepared in advance, because the software that we developed, like for the ghost car, it just result. I mean, the main improvement in this direction was done like during the last like a months or 2 months, so it's not like something that we did like 4 years and shown here.
Well, amazing round today. Congratulations on a great time, and good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you, Corey.
Yep. Okay, Matt, what do we got next?
That was funny. Things you never think you're going to hear in a live motorsport show. We expected the ghost car, we didn't expect the dolphins. Quote of the day, I think that from Ilya. Yes, what have we got next? Our third performance today musically is from another friend of Roborace, DJ Kassir. Now, I asked him earlier if there was anything he'd like us to say by way of introduction, and I love his reply. He just said, I don't like descriptions, especially about myself. So on that, I can assure you he's not dressed as a dolphin. This is DJ Kassir.
Okay, well, that was DJ Kassir. That was amazing. And the whole time, I was just thinking of you, Matt, going at it in your clubbing date.
Yeah.
Was that maybe one of these?
Yeah.
What were your go-to moves?
I'm not sure. I think I would have been in a corner having some kind of episode. Yeah. Now I know why. I know why DJ Kassir doesn't like descriptions, because that was indescribable, wasn't it?
No, it was great. It was great.
Yeah. Well, you can. Yeah, I mean.
But if you guys.
Yeah, it was.
Just to clarify, we're laughing at Matthew, not DJ Kassir, because I actually really like that kind of music. But if you guys want to check him out, I haven't been brave enough to look at his website yet, because I don't know, in our script it says if you're brave enough, so I'm scared to check. But you guys check and tell me what's going on. Kassir.bandcamp. Yep, kassir.bandcamp.com. check them out and .com, kassir.bandcamp.com. So check them out and let me know how that goes. You go first, Matt.
Yeah, I will. No, I will. No, it was cool. I'm just more of a Dire Straits kind of guy. That's me. That's my problem, not anybody else's. Right. What I do know something about is motor racing, a little bit anyway, and we have our next team coming out on track very soon. So time to take our attention back to four wheels now and take a quick look at the Università di Pisa.
The 10-strong team from the University of Pisa's Research Center are pushing hard to be a serious contender this year. Team Pisa debuted at the 2017 Formula E Berlin E-Prix in the Human plus Machine Challenge, putting in competitive times and trailed the Technical University Munich by just 4 seconds. They were back in Season Alpha for the Localization Challenge at Zalazone, but also missed the top spot by a matter of seconds. So far in Season Beta, Team Pisa have been steadily gaining experience, improving both speed and reliability. Are they now ready to dominate a mission? We're about to find out.
Yeah, and we're joined now by the team principal, Danilo Caporale. Danilo, great to see you. Thank you very much for joining us again. How are you guys doing? It's you've had some challenges this year. Are you ready for the next one?
Hi, Matthew. Great to see you again. Yeah, we're ready. So this one is starting to get interesting, you know. With ghost cars, the level of complexity is rising. So we really are looking forward to see how things will go on track today and tomorrow. So fingers crossed.
How confident are you that you've got the software to cope with the ghost cars then, Danilo? We've seen some mixed results from the other teams out on track so far. Obviously, it's not something that's easy to kind of prepare for, even though you've had quite a while to do so.
So I think today we will be very conservative, and we will use this time to let's say prepare better for tomorrow's race. So today I wouldn't expect too many fantastic things, but we'll see tomorrow.
How are you guys looking at Acronis SIT right now? The kind of performances that they've been shown in recent rounds, and especially in Las Vegas this weekend. For you guys who are so involved in this championship, Danilo, you must be impressed like we are, and really infused by the technology that they're producing.
No, they're doing a great job, but I think going around the season beta, we will see all teams improving, a lot. So this is the whole point of season beta. So I'm positive that we will get to a point where all the teams will have the performance, comparable to those. So I'm optimistic on that side.
Well, that's what it's all about. Danilo, we were sure you're going to be up there very soon. We're looking forward to seeing what you guys have got prepared for this weekend. So best of luck. Look out for the Dolphins.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh, well, he was speechless when Matt talked to him about the Dolphins, so it'll be interesting to see what we can expect from Team Pisa. Andy, they struggled a bit in previous rounds. How do you think they're going to fare with this big jump in Metaverse today?
Well, Corey, I'd love to say that they're going to go out there and absolutely smash it, but it's not going to be easy, is it? We've seen even some of the very best teams, some of the most experienced teams hitting troubles today, and Pisa have had their fair share of problems even before we start throwing floating dolphins at them. So who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? They could come out and surprise us. I really hope they do, because they're actually not doing that badly. They've picked up a few points here and there. They had a third place finish a couple of rounds ago. And that means they're only a couple of 100 points actually behind MIT, who we sort of see now as regular podium challengers. Pisa aren't that far behind them in the championship, so if they can get their act together, start consistently finishing top 3, they could bring themselves back into contention to finish somewhere in the top 3 or 4 in the championship. We're still only just past halfway in season beta, remember. So not writing them out, it's going to be interesting to see how all of the teams get on today, really. And because this is such a big difference now and a completely new challenge being thrown at them, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that a team who up to this point have been struggling, they might just crack something, they might land upon a solution that particularly works with now these ghost cars that they have to avoid. And that could be Team Pisa's opportunity.
Hey guys, we're ready
on
on
a solution to really come back into contention. But looking back at the way that their season's gone, it doesn't make for particularly happy reading. Right back at the very first round of the championship, the car stopped only a couple of corners into their first run. The whole run was aborted. Some sort of problem with the control unit it was that day. Then next time out, they had some new ADS software that they were testing, that they were out there at a reduced pace testing, so they didn't really show the best there. Then in round 5, they didn't even get off the start line because they had an issue with their path planner when the car arrived at the start, so they didn't complete any laps. And at that point of the season, they were sort of starting to complain a little bit, or certainly pass comment a little bit, on the lack of testing they were getting. And the problem was they were having a lack of testing, and that was meaning they weren't actually getting that many laps in competition either. Then we came to Las Vegas, and their fortunes have slowly started to improve. In round 7 a few weeks ago, although they aborted their first run, they did then complete all 5 laps on their second attempt. They only picked up a handful of collectibles. They hit 14 obstacles, which really meant that they were a long way off pace, but they did crucially get their 5 laps in, and we thought they were getting somewhere. And then round 8 happened, and it was a complete disaster. The car spun at the first corner, then on the second attempt they got a couple of laps in before they spun again, so they didn't actually finish in round 8. And that was the last time that we saw one of our now 2 Italian teams in Roborace taking to the track. And one of the big stories that came out of Mission 3.1 a few weeks ago was that PoliMOVE, the brand new Italian team, brand new team general to Roborace, right on their debut, they blew their Italian opposition out of the water, and we were sort of speculating then that might be the virtual kick up the backside that Pisa needed to really take it to that next level and try and save face against their Italian rivals. Team Pisa then do now pull up onto the start line, a team made up of only 11 team members, one of the smaller crews actually in Roborace. Quite often the team that we see sort of and hear from and we see on their Discord chats are only sort of a small part of the Roborace team, but with Pisa that really kind of is it. You can see them not giving too much away with their facial expressions, are they? Because I guess they, like anyone, like all teams here, don't really know what they're going to run into over the course of the next 10 minutes or so. But yeah, relatively small team comprised of students, researchers, and professors from the Universitat of Pisa. And the system actually they created that runs their AI driver. They nicknamed Tazio after the great Italian Formula 1 driver of yesterday, Tazio Nuvolari. Nice to see that little link between not just modern and history, but actually modern motorsport and cutting-edge motorsport and some of the very earliest days of competitive motor racing. So nice to see they've got not only some Italian heritage in the team, but keeping their links to Italian motorsport pretty strong. Motorsport is huge in Italy. It only makes sense, really, that they should embrace this next generation of motorsport. Motorsport 2.0, as Roborace has been dubbed. And good now that we do have 2 Italian teams racing with us. Let's see what Pisa can do. Can they make that much needed step forward? As I said, only 200 points behind MIT, which sounds like a lot, but to reiterate, you get 500 points just for getting to the start line and downloading an AI driver into the car, which sort of goes to show just how difficult even doing that is, that it's worth 500 points, and 300 points if you can win, 200 points for finishing second, and 100 points for finishing in third. As it stands, Acronis SIT are our leaders. If you're just joining us, we're halfway through the day here at Las Vegas. 3 teams down, 3 teams still to go. Acronis SIT with probably the most impressive run that we've had in the 8.5 rounds of Roborace Season Beta. A total time of under 4 minutes once you calculate their metaverse bonuses. Can Pisa get anywhere near that? Well, let's find out. They're off the line. They're into their first lap of 4 around the Las Vegas circuit, and they will shortly encounter, there it is, the jet-packed floating dolphin with one of our musical guests on top, and they get rather rough treatment there by University de Pisa because they just drive straight through them. So Pisa one overtake, but not the cleanest of overtakes. I suppose it is worth pointing out that even in real racing, you don't always have to make a clean overtake. As long as you get ahead of the car, even if you have to rough them up a bit, it still counts as an overtake, doesn't it? So that's kind of what we're seeing here. They get the 30-second penalty for hitting it, they get 20 seconds back for overtaking. If we continue to see that, then it might lead us to think that Pisa are not really going to focus too much on these metaverse items. Maybe they'll just go for outright speed. Few teams have pondered whether that might be the best way forward. Pisa might be the first one to really put that into action, whether that's through their own choice or simply because their AI software isn't quite where it needs to be. Yeah, no attempt whatsoever to deviate around that particular floating object. Now, there you can see some of the loop that they could also have attempted to get and didn't. So it looks to me like Pisa are just going for a clean 5 laps, unless, of course, something's gone wrong here and they were hoping to interact with the metaverse a little bit better. Certainly not at the moment. They're 1 lap in the books, then 2 overtakes, technically, but 2 hits as well. Now, I think I'm probably going to notch up another. Yep, there they go. Wipe out whatever that is through the first couple of corners and pick up another 30-second penalty as a result. At the bottom of the screen you can see the 2 times ticking away, so they're already about 30 seconds lost here compared to their net time. But exactly 30 seconds lost. No loot collected either. Last time, obviously it was a very different metaverse. Last time we were here at Las Vegas, it was all just about the obstacles and the loot. We didn't have any of these overtaking bonuses, but Pisa didn't really score all that well with the metaverse then either. They got 14 obstacles, which was by far the highest number of penalty points in round number 7, and only 21 collectibles, which was, again, less than half the amount of collectibles some of the top teams were getting. Their speed was okay. They were sort of mid-pack as far as outright pace was concerned. The amount of penalties they were scoring were just enough to keep them out of contention. Oh, is that... Or maybe they were going to sneak around the Dolphin that time. Such a narrow part of the circuit, and now the car stopped. Yeah, that was interesting. So it made the overtake, although not cleanly, and then I think it ran straight up towards another of the ghost cars, and I wonder whether that just confused the AI a little bit, and it seemed to almost stop and just take stock of the situation and then carry on again. Definitely slowed it down, and because it then didn't overtake the next obstacle, even if it had hit it first, it means that it doesn't get the extra time either. So we are now just at 5 overtakes out of a possible 6, and all of them have been contact, including overtakes, if that makes sense. But we are at a NASCAR track, so a little bit of rubbings racing, as they say, although definitely do better if you can pass people cleanly in Roborace. So that means that they've now lost nearly a full minute, or 50 seconds worth of penalties, once you take away the overtake bonuses from that. Decent speed being carried there, though, so the car isn't going slowly, it's just not really managing to avoid these obstacles that well. Let's see, what was the clear time for SI2? Their clear time was 5 minutes 23, so this isn't going to be massively slower than that, maybe 30 seconds or so slower. But of course they'll lose a lot more time through penalty points again. They're going to drive straight through. Yeah, no attempt made to avoid that particular obstacle. I would be interested to hear in the post-race interview here then whether this was a choice that they've made not to try and avoid the ghost cars, or whether they were hoping maybe for a slightly better performance. We'd be interested to see what Danilo says about that. Because it's certainly, at the moment, on the evidence of what we're seeing, it doesn't look like they are making any effort to avoid them. Again, we see a good illustration of that there through turns 2 and 3, that caught Arrival Racing out earlier on. On to the final lap then. We are looking at a clear time here, somewhere in the 5 minutes, I would say. So yeah, they're not going to be a million miles behind SIT clear time-wise, but SIT did a lot more weaving around and slowing down to make safe overtakes. Already though, the total time is up over 6 minutes. The slowest total time we've had so far is 7 minutes 9 by MIT and 6:58 by Arrival Racing. So can they beat that? That's the key. They've got to get back in 30 seconds, less than 30 seconds now, if they want to move into second place. But we know that they're probably going to pick up another 10 seconds worth of penalty before the end, because they've got the Flying Dolphin to negotiate once again. It's a lot further ahead of the car there than it has been for some of the others. Is that going to help them maybe avoid it a bit better coming off the corner? Can they get an overtake? No, it's a hit and an overtake. So another bit of contact on the way through. Right, the time is unfortunately going to be the slowest so far, I think, isn't it? 7 minutes 9 was the slowest that we've had to this point, set by MIT Driverless. And across the line go the University of Pisa, and it's a 7 minutes 16.3. A clear time of 5:56. Now that is the second fastest clear time we've had so far, but that goes to show how much of a hindrance these penalties can be, because although they're second fastest on outright speed, they are fourth fastest, slowest so far if you like, once you add in all of the penalties. So interesting stuff there then from Team Pisa.
And ghost cars and we do the racing line, then this will of course not very successful.
That wasn't the goal hitting the ghost cars. No, I'm kidding. We avoided doing that now.
Okay, so that was just racing line.
Yes.
So then you would suggest to do what?
We had all the stock for motion prediction.
Then
running,
I would say
because we didn't test the test
mode
session.
2.
So this will give us some data, and we will attempt something tomorrow based on the data we collected today.
Yeah, makes sense. Well done. Successful run. I think you were 7 seconds off of MIT and about 20 seconds off of Arrival.
Got it. Thank you.
I have a question. What do you wear?
Am I seeing some spike in the brakes?
Casual.
So good to see the immediate reactions there from the team. Team Pisa have completed the run. Some positives to take out of that, some negatives as well, and we'll see what they can do when they return tomorrow, what they've learned from today. We'll also be hearing from them on the other side of this break.
I will put it on.
Sorry, Alex, you said there are no oscillations, or there are oscillations?
No, there aren't any. I think it looks really smooth. There weren't any spikes or oscillations anywhere that I could see.
So we need to turn it on. You didn't hear?
Say it again, please.
They said we need to turn on the camera.
When we sent drive mode stop at the end of the run, it looks like your planner stopped working, or stopped sending updates. And so
then
before the car actually
polite if we don't turn it on.
at the end of your match, and then the car.
Maybe it's fine if not all turn on the cameras if they don't like. If some have the cameras turned, I think that's fine.
Yeah, Martin's camera is broken.
It's not working. What should
Car's back now anyway, so can you
it's
like with the printers, they never work.
Okay, so guys, now I've shared my screen.
Yes, you are.
Can you see
Okay,
my
thanks,
screen?
Alex. Sorry, I didn't understand
Yes.
everything you said because there is some echo somehow. But thank you. We'll look at the data.
I think maybe I see it
Yeah, no
before
worries.
you
I'll
even
put a
because
little
I'm
in the
faster.
Telegram.
Thank you.
Martin, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Andy to Frank.
So here. That's fine.
Yeah, if that is what we want, then it's fine, yeah. And okay, there are no other obstacles, because otherwise I would change something else, but yeah, then it's okay.
Okay, Università di Pisa. What do you think, Matthew?
Yeah, good. Another good step forward for them, wasn't it? They obviously, I mean, we spoke to Danilo before, and they had obviously quite a clear strategy that they weren't going to worry too much about overtakes today, and they put together a solid run. And I think, you instead of comparing them at this stage to maybe SIT, we should be comparing them to what they've been doing so far this year, and actually it's really consistent, fast, good progress, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it is interesting to see everyone's different strategies. And when we talked to Ilya earlier from SIT, he didn't necessarily say that they knew this was going to happen. He just said that they had been preparing for ghost cars for a long time. So maybe we'll find out. I'll ask Danilo in a minute. But if that was going to be the case here.
Yeah, Danilo seems pretty confident that in the long run, the gap will close. But for the time being, they're making good steps. And as we can see here, they just, Andy mentioned it in commentary, they made plenty of overtakes, but each one was with a collision, so they weren't too focused on making clean overtakes. At least that's what it seems like, unless Danilo tells us that actually they were trying to make clean overtakes and it didn't work. Maybe it could be that, but certainly seemed that the strategy was not to worry too much about making clean overtakes at this stage. But who knows? Maybe that's just a small software update. Maybe it's a slight change in the coding that makes that switch, and maybe they're not that far off at all.
Again, it's so interesting to me to see. We're developing Roborace with season beta, but so are these teams. They're developing their software as we go, and that's what's been so cool about this process and where the future lies for autonomous racing in general.
Yeah, I think everybody can see that, can't they? I'm sure all our viewers watching it are, again, excited by the same thing. It's not always what you can see on track right now. Today, it's the promise of what's to come, and you can see the green shoots here of something really special. Even though like what we saw from Acronis SIT earlier was like, wow. Even if it doesn't wow you straight away, it's still impressive, and we can really see where this racing is going in the future, and that's what it's all about. What's going on
absolutely.
Twitch?
And yeah, I was just gonna say, people are actually commenting on that in Twitch, and a lot of talk about these ghost cars. Some people are asking again why they get to still go through it and it doesn't give them a DNF. But again, that's because we're still developing the metaverse. We're still trying to figure out the best case scenario for that, and allowing the cars and the teams time to develop their software in order to safely get around. Like, it's a process. That way, the goal eventually is to have multiple cars, real cars on the track in addition to the metaverse. So, but yeah, on Twitch, like I said, everyone's talking about these ghost cars. And apparently, Matt, there's a new star of Roborace who's probably going to be on the next line of t-shirts, and that's the Dolphin ghost car. Oh.
Yeah, I was pretty sure it wasn't going to be me. Yeah, the Dolphin is pretty popular, actually, isn't it? It is beautiful, though.
I mean, yeah, and it has a jetpack. So, I mean, what more can you ask for?
Sharks with lasers.
Oh,
Sharks
okay, yeah, that's
Let's have a look
next. Go ahead.
Let's have a look at the leaderboard then and see how the University of Pisa stack up, and actually pretty well, really. When we look at them compared to MIT Driverless, only 5 seconds off with their result time. We know that they didn't pick up any loot. We know that they hit 8 of the ghost cars as they made those overtakes for a combined time of 80 seconds on top of their elapsed time. So that gives you the result time. So Università di Pisa, 4th out of 4 so far, 2 teams still to come.
Okay, well, we're back again with Danilo. We got to get a little sneak peek of your team before you guys started, and it was smiles all around, and you still have a smile on your face, so that's good. How do you guys feel you did here, round 9?
Hi, Curry. So first of all, now I got what the dolphins are. So I didn't see the live, so I didn't catch the joke from Matthew before. No, we are. Yeah, as I said, we were not expecting to do too many fancy stuff. The problem is that during the tests, we didn't have the chance to, due to some technical issues, we didn't have the chance to test all the things that we wanted to test. So today we took this as basically an opportunity to deploy some features that are essential for the mission. But yes, the interaction was not as one would have expected. So it was not super nice. But anyway, this is very useful for us. So we are happy because the top speed was higher than last race. And yeah, so we will now collect the data and get ready for tomorrow.
That's great. Andy was asking this during your race. I don't know if you could hear him or not. Was it a choice to not try? It seemed like you guys weren't trying to avoid the ghost cars, that you would just kind of go through them and take the resulting 10 seconds eventually from that. Was that a choice or what?
Yeah, there
what
was
happened
very
there?
minimal. There was very minimal reaction because what we were testing is the capability of our car to, let's say, to predict the motion of the other objects. And since we didn't trust that part of the software yet because we didn't test it so much, we relied very little on it. So it was running. Now we will check the logs and see if everything worked. But yes, the interaction was, let's say, was tuned down by design. So it was done by us.
But it wasn't. I still think it a good choice. Then, I mean, you were only, I think, 7 seconds away from arrival, which is, not bad at all. So you guys still went really fast. But moving to tomorrow, what sort of changes do you make now, seeing this metaverse in person and the dolphin, of course?
So we'll bring how do you call it, the to fish something to
A
fish.
pole, a fishing net. Yeah.
yeah, fishing. No, I don't promise anything because we will have to check the logs. So let me tell you tomorrow this. But of course, we aim for improvement every time. So we will try to be more competitive also on that side.
Okay, great. Well, bring out those nets tomorrow, and good luck with the rest of Mission 4. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you, Corey. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Nobody at Roborace condones fishing for dolphins, just to make that clear. So purely metaphorical. Okay, earlier we saw the opening of Tate's music, but we had to cut away early for some action on track. So as we wait for the ARG robot to be downloaded into the DevBot 2.0, here is the rest of Tate.
Cool. Well, that was Tate, and I'm so glad we got to see the rest of his performance. I didn't quite notice his hair earlier. That's how I look when I wake up. No, that's before I put the curling iron to it. Yeah.
And now we know. Yeah, the excellent take there. All right, not long now, though, before our next team takes to the track at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Let's have a look at Autonomous Racing Graz.
Following a spectacular season alpha, Team Autonomous Racing Graz returned to the Roborace Championship for season beta. They proved themselves one of the top-tier competitors during the 2019 championship, setting very fast times at multiple racetracks and demonstrating how to achieve the best from a DevBot, regardless of wet weather or difficult conditions. With an experienced team and aggressive AI driver, Team ARG are always in the fight.
And we're joined now by the team principal, Tobias Renzler. Tobias, thank you very much for joining us. How are you guys doing? Looking forward to this one. Some new challenges out on track in Las Vegas this week.
They're also offended they turned their cameras off.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, we are quite curious for this new mission with the ghost cars. So yeah, we made some changes, and we're looking forward that they are successful.
What do you think about the new elements in the metaverse for this mission, Tobias? I mean, we've been watching the last runs from the other teams, the ghost cars. I mean, it's been cool for us to watch. I know you guys have been too busy working to watch the other runs, but how are you preparing for this?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite different from last time where we had the moving obstacles. I mean, in principle, totally cool. One could think, yeah, it's quite similar, but yeah, we have now, a quite huge variety of different possibilities where the ghost car could actually go, and they're also faster than the dynamic obstacles from last time. So it's quite challenging to avoid them. And not only avoiding but overtaking, let's say. And yeah, we had to change a lot, and now we will see how good that actually works.
Of course, you guys live for fresh challenges, and that's what Roborace is all about, Tobias. But I must say, in recent rounds, you guys at ARG have been really competitive. You're making progress in the championship. You've got second place within your sights now. Are you thinking about winning this championship? Or are you thinking about second place in this championship? Or are you just thinking about developing the software from round to round?
Yeah, I think we think from round to round. Of course, yeah, we also look a bit on the table on the other teams. But yeah, I think for us so far it went quite good, as you said, and so we are happy that we are in the position as we are right now. But of course we want to improve and to continue like that. But yeah, of course it also, the position in the end depends from the other teams, how good they perform. And so we try to do our best, and in the end of the day we will see then what the result is.
And just one final question for you, Tobias. Obviously, you've had to make changes to the software to cope with the ghost cars this week in the metaverse. Any other big changes for you guys? Have you made any kind of major progress in other aspects with the software?
Well, we basically used the testing sessions to investigate the new metaverse, and then of course we tried to adapt to that. So basically we spent our time there in order that we are able to react on those ghost cars. Yeah.
Okay, Good stuff. Well, hey, we're really looking forward to seeing what you guys bring to the table. It's always fun to watch the aggression from ARG, and we're looking forward to seeing what your driver has for us today. So best of luck, Tobias, and we'll see you on track very shortly.
Yeah, see you. Bye.
Okay, so we're moving along today, chugging along today, and Autonomous Racing Graz. I just see them heading out of the pits right now, Andy. How do you think this one's going to go for them?
Well, probably quite well, I think. They've been on a nice little run of late, of ARG. They've scored points in the last 3 rounds, and they've come so close to getting their first win. They finished 2nd place in round 6 and 7. They added that to a 2nd place from round 3 earlier in the year as well. And they're part of this really exciting battle that's going on behind SIT. We've got very preoccupied, I think, as season beta's gone on with the fight for the championship win. Understandably, you know, it is the reason we're all here, to see who wins season beta. But for the lower places, it's actually a lot more competitive. You've got a rival racing second on 4,800. That's just 100 more points than ARG, who are 400 points ahead of MIT, and they're 200 ahead of Pisa. So from 2nd back to 5th is just 700 points. And when you consider there are 800 points available in each round, so some 1,600 over the 2 days here this week, that could all really change based on where people finish today. So this is going to be a really important run for ARG. Their target, no doubt, is going to be Arrival Racing. And Arrival set, I believe, a beatable target. It was decent, they're 2nd best at the moment, Arrival Racing, but they were several minutes behind Acronis SIT. So I think as long as ARG can score a reasonably good Metaverse score and keep a reasonably good pace out there, they have got a chance of taking a couple of 100 more points away from Arrival. And if they do that, they'll move into 2nd place in the championship. So this is genuinely quite an exciting moment. ARG's season has really been plagued by sort of niggly little technical issues throughout the course of the season. They had a bit of an issue with the Metaverse objects at the opening round of the year, where they were sort of, the Metaverse was flickering around a bit. They couldn't really react to it. That caused the car to stop. Then they built themselves a whole new ADS, or autonomous driving system, which supposedly was better at dealing with that Metaverse, but that took them a couple of rounds to really develop and build up the speed with it. They got that first 2nd place, as I said, at round number 3, even though they actually completed a very low speed run with a safety driver on board. Then they had a comms timeout in round number 5, and it really wasn't until last time here at Las Vegas that they had a relatively trouble-free run, where they, in round number 7, only hit 2 obstacles, and in round number 8, they also had a pretty good Metaverse score. Now what they need to try and do is improve it to the level that SIT in particular are at. They've got the speed, they just need to try and deal with the Metaverse a little bit better.
What happened? The drone went to him?
Ready and waiting then for the car to make its way off the line, and that should happen any time now, because the safety car is well out of the way. And ARG then, Autonomous Racing Graz, will be on their way on their first of 4 laps here today in the Las Vegas sunshine. Away it goes. Veers immediately over to the right-hand side of the road. Takes a slightly strange line into that first corner, but they are underway. Let's see what sort of overtaking skills ARG have. They carry a lot of speed through the first few corners. It would have been a miracle if they'd avoided that first ghost car, and indeed they didn't. So 1 bit of contact already, 1 hit, 1 overtake, but that has kind of been the story of the day for a few of the teams out there, really. So ARG move their way through the first few corners then. That's only the first obstacle, though, and as we saw from a couple of teams early on, it was SIT, wasn't it, I think, that really seemed to learn as the run went on about how to avoid certain obstacles. That was close to the edge of the track there for ARG. Now, they were pretty quick here, weren't they? A few weeks ago, they were really carrying speed through the corners. That served them well with their clear time last time out, but I'm not sure they're doing that well with the Metaverse, are they? Because they've already hit both of the ghost cars which they'd come across. They're not even attempting, look, to swerve and get that bit of loot into the last corner, although in fairness, quite a few teams have chosen to avoid that. Shout out, by the way, to the drone driver, pilot, what do we call them? Because the drone that's been following the cars around today has been moving at lightning speed. There it goes, look, whizzes through the shop, chasing after the car. That is moving at a real pace. So whoever is flying that drone is seriously skilled. It's been pushing around the Las Vegas circuit all afternoon. ARG, meanwhile, despite taking a slightly strange line through a few corners, look, they're very wide there as well, are still keeping up a nice pace, but 3 attempted overtakes, 3 successful overtakes, but they've all been and they've all had some form of contact along the way, so they're not obviously scoring the full benefit from it. But I would be interested to hear after this what is going on with their racing lines here, because even when there isn't Metaverse interference, the car is taking some odd lines through the corners and it's going very, very close to the edge of the road. One false move here, one miscalculation, and they could slip right off the track and find themselves perhaps staring down the barrel of a DNF. Again, very aggressive swerve over to the racing line into the final corner, very wide at the exit. So this is odd. We've grown accustomed to seeing some of the dev bots taking slightly strange lines over previous rounds, but that's because they've been trying to collect loot or avoid obstacles. ARG are doing it where there doesn't really appear to be any reason to do so. Another contact-related overtake going through the first few corners. So this is basically a faster version of what Team Pisa did. So Pisa were hitting all of the obstacles, but they were going quite a bit slower than ARG, who, as I say, that slow right down from that tight right hand. I suppose that is one of the tighter corners on the circuit. But yeah, ARG, similar tactic to Pisa. They're just going about it a little bit more quickly. Let me remind myself of Pisa's time. Pisa's clear time was a 5:54, which became a 7:14 once all of the penalties were applied. There was, I seem to remember, one of the ghost cars that Pisa didn't overtake, but they also didn't hit it. So it wasn't quite a full house of collisions, whereas ARG are on track for that at the moment. They've encountered 6 of the ghost cars, and they've hit all 6 of them. So 6 lots of penalties, 6 lots of slightly smaller bonuses. Means that as they go on to their final lap, they're getting close to 5 minutes already. So not sure this is going to beat even Università di Pisa. And look at the car sliding around there through the first corner. That was really close to disaster again. But yeah, I think Università di Pisa are going to be pretty happy with what they're seeing here, because there's a chance that ARG are going to come in behind them at this rate. I think if they hit one more obstacle, that's really going to put them some way behind. Through the first half of their final lap they go then. Their top speed is not quite as quick as some of the others as well, ARG, despite the corner speed they're taking. 142 kilometres an hour, their top speed. Almost all of the teams have been in the 150s, the only exception, ironically, being Arrival Racing, who only managed to go 125 kilometres an hour. So ARG, a bit of a strange run this, in many ways. Interesting lines, interesting speeds, and definitely not interacting too well with this latest version of the Metaverse. Right, last few corners, last potential overtake, which they conduct in much the same robust way that they've been conducting all of the other overtakes on this run. And now it's just the run through to the final corner, again swerving right to the edge of the road. I mean, that is the proper racing line there, I suppose, but it's very, very risky. They run very wide on the exit of the corner, come across the start-finish line. The time is going to be, let's see, it is a 6:30 total time, a 5:10 clear time. That is the fastest clear time, actually, we've had so far today. So I was talking absolute rubbish when I said that was going to be really slow. A 6:30, though, is going to put them only second place, I think, on the total time.
It would have been a good run.
Caporale had 6:58. What was our time?
We had like 5 some.
6?
6:30.
6:30, yes, it's second place. Nice.
Woo! Hurrah! So the emotion. Woo! Yeah, of course it's not over. PoliMOVE is after us, but don't worry. But now third place also gets something, right? 100 for.
I join you later, guys. Again, see you.
Ciao. Ciao. Autonomous racing Graz.
But now we are considering the ghost cars, right? During planning.
Smile. I don't hear you.
Oh, we're really on Twitch.
We are really on Twitch. We and the.
Let me know when you want me to throw the break, Frank.
Can you hear us?
Funny. No, I don't know. Maybe yes, but I muted them.
So we shouldn't talk about the kitchen or like barber situation.
Hello guys. We are glad that you watched us. Please subscribe to Roborace. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram.
We didn't even need to pay you for that.
I'm doing the advertising for free.
Frank, are you trying to talk to me? I don't think I'm hearing you.
Yeah, it gets followers every day, one more.
Okay, sorry, I can't hear any of it, so I wasn't sure if you were
You're
talking.
responsible for our Instagram.
No, Lisa is. So Marcus and me started Facebook and Instagram, but then yeah, there is not so many time, you know, when you need to develop everything, so it's hard. Correct, Marcus? Yeah, and also LinkedIn.
Well, ARG, I think, definitely get the prize for most vocal celebration of the day. I think they were pretty happy with that. And as well, they might be. They move provisionally into second place, but we'll get the official times for you in just a few minutes.
With what turned out to be a surprising round in many aspects, I would say.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I was calling it the same as Andy, really. Corey, watching that, the car, it did look to be taking some unusual lines. It was sliding around quite a lot. But it was that aggression that we saw. We spoke about it with Tobias before we saw the run. ARG are known for this. They have an aggressive AI driver. They like the car to get a bit squiggly out on track, and it's always fun to watch. Here we can see highlights of that run. But it was effective. I mean, obviously not in terms of clean overtakes. It did make plenty of overtakes, so it was a very fast clear time, as we know. And obviously they've got something to work on there, but crucially the result time is going to be quick. We're waiting for confirmation of that, but if they could get a second place today, another good solid points, or remember there's only additional points for the top two positions, I think they're going to be really happy with that. Well, we saw how happy they were already.
Yeah, so that was great. I'm excited to see the actual results there and talk over what their thought process was. But yeah, so I want to go back to Twitch for a second because there's been a lot of little action on our Twitch feed over there. We actually had a question from Alex Brundle, who has driven at Le Mans amongst other incredible racing series. He says, downforce and its addition to grip is one of the hardest to estimate factors, even for a human driver. Changes with air pressure and temperature, wind speed, etc. So he wanted to know why Roborace decided to use a car with downforce as the test mule. I do not know the answer to that, but do you?
Well, I don't know the answer to that either, to be honest, Corey, but luckily we know somebody who does. So we've passed this question over to Matt Smith in Race Control, and he said this. So this is for you, Alex, and great to know that you're watching. So hello to you. Yes, it's a very good point, says Matt. And it's actually why our new car does not have much downforce. So these vehicles were designed to be as fast as possible when we first made them, which was potentially not the best decision. The goals at that point were different to what our company goals are now. What we have now is probably surplus to the current requirements, but they were suitable for what we were doing back in the day. The new Metabot has very little downforce because it's for testing and development purpose built. So perhaps what Matt's alluding to there, obviously, is that the main goal for this project is not necessarily to see how fast they can make this car go, but to develop the other technologies. But for us who watch on, it's cool to see the cars go fast and to see that downforce put to good use. And also, the car looks awesome as well, doesn't it? It's such a cool design. So hopefully that answered the question for you, Alex. But don't worry, the DevBots or the AI drivers are not coming to take your job just yet.
That's funny. Okay. Well, thank you for that. And then at Lightning Bolt 22, he wants to know who is the commentator. It says it's amazing how he can talk for so long about such a new sport. Well done. Well, that's our Andy McEwen, and he is great at what he does, isn't he, Matt?
Yeah, he is. I'm not sure how he manages to do it sometimes, to be honest. Yeah, he's brilliant.
I keep trying
sorry.
Sir?
I was just going to say he can wash his dishes while he's in between. What people don't see as well as being an awesome commentator and having all this knowledge and this incredible ability to fill gaps. He does the housework in between runs as well, which is another advantage for working at home.
Absolutely, that's what you're saying. Yeah, so we can multitask while we are presenting an international racing series from around the world. We can do all sorts of things. So, and it looks like our results are in as well. Would you look at that?
Yeah, they sure are. Yeah, and as Andy correctly predicted, he's also a very good mathematician. ARG up into second spot provisionally. Still got one more team to come, of course. PoliMOVE making only their second appearance in Roborace. So it really would be something special if they could get up ahead of ARG here. So in theory, ARG ought to be celebrating a second place here, and well deserved as well. 8 overtakes, but all of them were collisions. They didn't manage to make a clean overtake, but that didn't matter because their elapsed time was so fast. It was actually 15 seconds quicker than SIT, but with the penalties, of course, added on to that, it makes for a much higher result time. So 6 minutes 28, 30 seconds quicker overall than Arrival Racing. That is a really, really strong effort from Team ARG. I'm sure they're going to be well happy with that, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, on that note, Tobias, coming in above Arrival right now in second, how does that feel?
Yeah, feels quite good. Although, we saw the time was probably better than the run itself. Of course, we would like to perform also a clean overtake, but probably we were too aggressive to cleanly overtake the vehicles. But I think tomorrow we have another try, and maybe we can do even better there. But I think we are good for now.
That was definitely interesting to see. And earlier when you were talking to Matt about the testing of the metaverse, can you talk us through that from round 8 to round 9? Like, how do you get from A to B? Like when they told you that ghost cars were coming, and how does that work with the testing software?
For every testing session, of course, we have some let's say some key points what we would like to achieve, and of course, once new ghost cars were introduced, we of course wanted to observe a bit how they behave, so how they drive, and because for us, let's say the most difficult thing is to predict where the other car would is actually driving, I mean, we can see it right now, but we cannot predict how it will look like in 1 or 2 seconds when we actually try to pass it. And the cars are quite blocking, let's say, the ideal racing line, and therefore it's not that trivial to actually pass it. And so during testing, the main focus is, let's say, was for us to investigate the behavior of the ghost car so that we can improve a bit our prediction, and also to increase the probability of a successful overtake, which today unfortunately was not the case.
You'll get there. It was interesting to see, and Andy was talking about this as well, that what was going on with your lines, like obviously you guys were being really aggressive, but it seemed that sometimes the car would swerve or not be going in a straight line when we, as a viewer, would think it should be. What was going on there?
Yeah, I mean, with the speed and accelerations, so we mostly stick on our experience from last races and also from testing. And usually, if conditions do not change that hard, we can reuse them, let's say. But of course, it's always let's say dangerous once, like last time, dynamic obstacles, or also this time ghost cars are involved. And then, of course, those selected velocities and accelerations may sometimes maybe too much if the situation is bad for us in that case. But this time it worked good.
Yeah. We were nervous you were going to go out of the lines a couple of times. Does that make you change your approach for tomorrow? You think you guys will still be aggressive even though you're going to maybe try and overtake the ghost cars more successfully?
Yeah, I mean, we will definitely have some work for tomorrow. We will maybe change on 1-2 points, some things that we can maybe have some clean overtakes. Of course, that is the goal, and because I think it's not just for this event, but it's also for later on. Yeah, clean overtakes are crucial in the end, and they need to work.
Yes, and it's the end goal of Roborace as well, to get successful overtakes with real vehicles. So, well, good luck tomorrow, and thank you for that. And we'll see how it goes. Congrats on a great time today. Mm-hmm.
Bye.
Great stuff from Team ARG. Well done to Tobias and the whole team. Time now for our fourth and final musical performance of this event. This comes from Moa Pillar, who I'm really delighted to say has been watching, has been in touch on Twitch actually to say how cool it was to see himself as an avatar out on track there. So glad you're enjoying that, Moa, and thanks for the message. So Moa Pillar, right, born Fedor Perevertsev. Moa is a world-renowned music producer and sound designer, recording music for NASA and for Samsung, to name just two of the huge organizations that he's already worked for. Moa's released multiple albums whilst documenting his ever-evolving musical journey, and in the midst of this illustrious career, he's also managed to find time to work with the next generation of musicians as a teacher at the Moscow Music School. Really looking forward to this. We'll see you shortly with more track action, but in the meantime, this is Moa Pillar.
Well, that was Moa Pillar. If you guys want to check him out more, you can at moapillar.bandcamp.com. And Matt, I think this has been a really fun addition to Roborace. All these musical performances today got me dancing in my seat.
Yeah, it's been a good extra little dimension, let's say. But I'll tell you what's got me dancing in my seat: the racing, and we're looking forward to getting some more of it going in just a moment. One more team to take to the track out at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. They're a relatively new team to the series. They just joined us last time out in Mission 3.1. Let's get to know them a little bit better. This is PoliMOVE.
PoliMOVE are part of the MOVE research team at the Polytechnic of Milan, Italy's largest school of architecture, design, and engineering. MOVE are one of the leading international groups in the field of vehicle control and will be hoping to utilize their extensive skills in automation to make their mark in Roborace Season Beta. They joined in time for Mission 3.1 and will be hoping to change the status quo in the remainder of the season. Is it too late for PoliMOVE to surge up the leaderboard? Let's find out.
We're joined now by the team principal, Gianluca Papa. Gianluca, thanks for joining us again. Good to see you. First of all, my personal congrats to you guys for your performance in Mission 3.1. For your first time on track in this season's competition. I thought that was really impressive. How did you guys feel after that?
Hi Matt. First of all, it's nice to see you. Nice to see you too. Like yes, we were very proud of last performance. Like we didn't expect that much, to be honest, but in the end we managed to do a good race. And after that we work a lot to be ready for this next challenge, since apparently everything seems to be changed comparing to that time. And I mean, if there is one thing we just learned is that like in Roborace you need to adapt fast to the scenario and to the new challenges. And yes, I mean, hopefully we managed to do it in the right way for today.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're exactly right. Roborace never sits still. This championship is moving so quickly. So how ready do you guys feel for this next challenge? Obviously, we have the Ghost car. You knew this was coming along, so had you done a lot of work prior to Mission 3.1, already looking towards Mission 4?
Well, that's a good question. We actually had to solve a lot of problems related to Mission 3.1 itself, so eventually we managed to work on the real problem of the Ghost car in the last couple of weeks, since it was announced officially, let's say. And yes, I mean, if regarding your first question, how do we feel about today? So we feel that there is always some room for improvement. We try to achieve the best result for today and to be as ready as possible. But we do believe that we can do much more. Like we can definitely improve even more. We didn't have the opportunity to test our algorithm that much. And we did change the algorithm, let's say, completely since the last race. And as I said, there wasn't no much time to test it. And eventually, the last testing days, practice day, didn't went very good because of some technical problem. So let's see. We're still, let's say, positive for today's race. And I mean, finger crossed, hopefully we will make a good impression.
I'm sure you will. You've already made a good impression, Gianluca. Just one more question then really for me in terms of your strategy today, because obviously we've had the pleasure of watching the other teams on track already. Some of them have been quite aggressive. We've seen lots of overtakes on the Ghost cars. Not many teams have really made a lot of clean overtakes. Are you going to take the risk? Are you going to try and make some passes? Are you going to be aggressive? Do you know really what to expect, obviously, with this lack of test time?
I can tell you that we will try to go for clear overtake. So this was our first objective since the beginning. We didn't want to just pass and cross the Ghost car. So this is what we try to do with our code, and this is what we will try to show and to prove today. So let's see, we do belong to this other side, let's say.
Well, you certainly belong in Roborace. We're really glad to have you along, Gianluca. Best of luck today. This is our final run of Mission for round 9, and it looks like PoliMOVE's data is being uploaded into the car, and we are almost ready to go.
Yep.
for their round today, our final round of today. Just, I don't know if you were watching earlier, but you got some shout outs on Twitch. Everyone's really complimenting your commentating skills. How does it feel?
Well, you get used to it after a while, don't you? Thank you. Are you sure they're definitely talking about me? I mean, that doesn't sound quite right to me. Hey, I'm just enjoying myself. This is good fun. This is getting into some serious competition now, isn't it? We've got actual overtaking going on. We've got it's still just as unpredictable as Roborace has always been, but now we're starting to see some more recognisable elements of traditional racing, but still fused into this sort of new age motorsport that Roborace is all about. It's really genuinely exciting, and every team that's gone out there's a really exciting story to follow, because we're getting down to the business end of the season now. We've seen most of these teams quite a lot this year. We've seen the way they've grown, the way they've developed, the way that they've improved. Every team has improved from where they were at the start of the season, and it really is genuinely exciting to be a part of it. And I'm glad to see that the Twitch viewers are really enjoying watching along as well. We're nearly at the end of the day now. This is the final team that are heading out onto the circuit, and this was really the big story to come out of rounds 7 and 8. That is this brand new team, PoliMOVE, who joined the season halfway through. I didn't even know they were joining the championship until about a day before the previous event, when suddenly this new team name appeared on the list of entrants. And I'll be honest, I didn't have particularly high hopes, because we'd seen teams that have been competing in Roborace for years were still struggling to get their head around even the most basic principles of what competition requires. And then PoliMOVE come in and make it look easy. They finished 4th on their first attempt in round number 7 with the 3rd fastest clear time, and they managed to hit 43 collectibles. That, I think, was the most impressive thing for me, was their metaverse score. We've seen teams come in and be able to program a pretty quick AI driver that can take the corners and follow the right line and carry good speed, but to then be able to react to the metaverse. And remember, they joined in the round where we first saw dynamic obstacles, moving obstacles that they had to try and avoid, which we've now sort of moved on to the next phase of with these ghost cars. And they came straight in and absolutely smashed it. Then they went and got a podium on day 2, round 8 of the championship, in only their 2nd ever event. And by pulling up on the grid here at the start of round number 9, they have already moved into 6th place in the championship, because after only 2 events, they were just 300 points behind the Carnegie Mellon University, who have sadly withdrawn halfway through the season. We hope to see them back for season 1 in the near future. But PoliMOVE will now move ahead of them, because they have got onto the grid. They've scored their 500 points just for getting out onto the grid. And now they'll see if maybe they can score a few more points. And you know what? I think they've got a good chance of doing it. Really excited to hear them saying there that they're going to try and make clean overtakes right off the bat. Again, teams that have been racing in Roborace for a lot longer than PoliMOVE haven't been able to do that. So if they can come out now and go as quickly as they went a few weeks ago, but also score as well out of the metaverse, then that will be a real signal of their intention and their capabilities, and maybe their potential to fight for the championship. Perhaps not this year, but certainly moving into season 1. We're getting ahead of ourselves a bit though. The car hasn't even left the line yet. They could completely crumble under the pressure now, but I've got a funny feeling that is not going to happen. Off they go then, the final car out onto the circuit, and it is Team PoliMOVE then who make their way out onto the circuit. There is the Flying Dolphin, and that will be the first of their obstacles to avoid. Can they make an overtake? They are hanging back, so that's a good start. They're not just driving straight through it. Keep an eye on the screen. They're getting held up a bit, and now they go, and, well, they didn't quite get there in time, so they didn't hit it, but it doesn't count as an overtake. You have to overtake it before it disappears, and it disappeared at a set point on the circuit. So, okay, let's say that was a B+, that one. They didn't hit the obstacle, but they didn't get any bonuses either. And of course, by slowing down to avoid the obstacle, they have lost a bit of time now. So can they regain it over the remaining 3.5 laps of their run? Through the chicane goes the Deadlock 2.0. The PoliMOVE team based at the Politecnico di Milan, and they are Italy's largest technical university. They know more actually for their engineering than their sort of computer software, but they clearly have wrapped their head around the very tricky project that is AI driving, and look at that. Oh no, they just clipped it. They'd almost made the pass there, and I think they just tried to move back onto the line a bit too soon, and they just clipped the ghost car. So that will count as an overtake, even though there was a bit of contact. 20 seconds gained and 30 seconds lost, so a net loss of 10 seconds, but that was a good effort, that. They oh so nearly made the pass cleanly. Right then, on to lap number 2. Let's see if their AI is going to learn from what happened on lap 1. Don't sit behind this obstacle for too long. Try and get past it a bit sooner. Are they going to get there in time? They're alongside. They're trying to pull through, and no, they're just a bit too slow again. So that first obstacle, the obstacles are at least appearing at the same part of the track, aren't they? I'm noticing for each car and for each lap. So there's always one through the first few corners, and then there's always one through that tricky chicane at the end of the lap. So that first one they do seem to be struggling with, but they made a really good effort at getting around the second one. So let's see if they're able to do that a bit more effectively this time, and maybe make their first clean overtake. Aside from all of this, though, it's looking good, isn't it? They're taking nice lines, they're not going too quickly, the car doesn't look like it's out of control, but they are still maintaining a good pace, and with only a sort of 10-second penalty at the moment in effect, this is looking pretty competitive here from Team PoliMOVE. Now they pulled to the outside, they made the pass cleanly on the first time round, they just sort of pulled back on the line a bit too soon. Ah no, they've stopped there. The track, you can see from that camera angle really well, can't you? The track really narrows as you come out of the chicane, and they just didn't feel that it was safe to make the pass. Now I wonder if that was the AI learning that on the previous lap they tried to complete the pass a bit too quickly. Maybe it decided it was safer just to sit behind that time. Oh, what was that all about? I've been singing their praises, and suddenly the car almost seemed to jerk to a halt there into the first turn, and then picked up speed again. And now it has stopped. No, now it has stopped. So PoliMOVE, that was sort of on the cards, wasn't it, for the last half a lap? They almost stopped when they were negotiating the obstacle at the end of the lap. They almost stopped into turn 1, and then when they came up behind the ghost car through turns 2 and 3, the car has ground to a halt. And this is really the first failure for PoliMOVE. It was a pretty perfect debut a few weeks ago, but the Roborace bug always catches up to you in the end, and let's see what they've got to say about that.
So guys, we had a braking system failure then. We're recovering the car now, and then we'll be trying to go again.
Okay, so not our fault, right?
No, not your fault.
Okay, okay, great, thank you.
It wasn't your driver stopping, but it's probably a product of how you're applying the brakes, because when you're stuck behind the car, you just turn the brakes on and off very rapidly, which is not very good for the braking system, and it often results in it failing to build enough pressure, which causes it to shut down. But your driver was running as I imagine it should be.
Yeah, like we brake quite hard and like to slow down to take to go behind that vehicle, but yeah, there's nothing else to do there probably.
I can't hear what they're saying, so if they're saying anything interesting that I need to know, then someone could pass that on, that'd be great.
So guys, on the picture that I just sent, if you have a look, the middle pink and blue lines are your front and rear brake request. And obviously during a constant braking maneuver like you have, the pressure, you'd expect the pressure to come on to a value and hold, rather than come on and off like that. And that can really cause some problems with the braking system. So you can see the orange line at the bottom is air pressure for the input for the braking system, and it drops below a threshold. So we're going to lower that threshold for your next run, and hope that it doesn't happen again.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll try definitely to work on making smoother braking maneuvers. Thank you.
Yeah, so if you just want to start your software again, we're going to make some changes on our side and then we'll go out again. You have 10 minutes left in your session, so we just need to start your run within the next 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So our controllers are up again on our side. I see mission state to 0 map, but I imagine that it's because Speedgoat is not running, right? Oh yeah, now I see a 1, so it should be it. Thank you.
Yes, sorry, that was my bad. I had race mode in 1 still.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, guys, we're ready to go again, so let me know when you are.
We are ready on our side. Thank you.
Okay, we'll disconnect from the car.
Thank you.
And there, you might have heard some of the chat through from race control. Essentially, the car was slowing down to stay behind the ghost car, and it was constantly applying and releasing the brakes in a very fast pattern, easy for me to say. And we sort of saw that, didn't we? It was kind of accelerating, braking, and the braking system on the Deadbot 2.0 doesn't like that because it's part pneumatic, and that basically caused it to fail to build enough pressure, and the system shut down for an under pressure warning happened. And race control have basically said that the car stops driving when it thinks that it may not have enough brake pressure. So that is what happened. So it was kind of PoliMOVE's fault, kind of an issue with the car, but either way they've got a second attempt at this, and that second attempt gets underway now. Let's hope that they can safely negotiate those ghost cars now without A, hitting them, B, going off the track, and C, overcooking the brakes. That's going to be a challenge. And also, let's see whether or not they've been able to change anything in their AI software since the first one that might help them with the overtaking. I'm not sure they got that first overtake, no they didn't, so that's so far pretty much the same as it has been for the other obstacles they've come across. I'll be really interested actually to see how this strategy works, because they are very much going for the MIT approach, aren't they? They're slowing down to avoid the ghost car, but they're not overtaking. Whereas we've seen other teams like ARG have good success by just ignoring ghost cars, going as fast as they can, driving straight through them, taking all of the penalties, but setting a really quick clear time. So MIT at the moment don't seem to have quite got the right strategy, because they're managing down fourth, whereas ARG, who went for the more reckless approach, are second. Let's see where PoliMOVE fall on that spectrum, whether or not they're able to go a little bit quicker maybe than MIT did earlier on? And if they can they even beat a rival for a podium place? That's what we'll have to wait to see. So the car is making its way around the final corner. Again, it hasn't been able to overtake any of the obstacles, but notice how it didn't hit that one. Remember, on its first attempt, it did just clip the ghost car coming out of that chicane, but it avoided it this time. It waited behind until it had disappeared completely, and that is obviously going to cost them time, but they're not going to pick up any penalties for it. So, so far, so steady, really, for PoliMOVE. Said that they were going to attempt the clean overtakes. They haven't really managed that yet, but they have so far avoided hitting the ghost cars. They're sitting behind them, waiting for them to disappear, and then accelerating on their way. This is all going to come down to how quickly they're going when they're not being held up by traffic, essentially. With that really tight right hand at the top of the track, you can see just how precise you've got to be through these corners that go from left to right to left. Again, quite quickly, your line has got to be perfect, and just as you'd see if it was a real driver in the car, if you mess up the line for one corner, it can be quite hard then to catch up with your steering and get back on line for the next couple. PoliMOVE managing that nicely, carrying a nice line through the corners. You can see the Dolphin ahead of them again, swimming along, minding his own business, and then suddenly this Deadbot 2.0 appears behind it. It almost makes the pass there, doesn't it? But then it just... now, it's doing what it did last time, isn't it? It's accelerating to make the overtake, then it's bailing out and hitting the brakes, and that's what overcooked the brakes on the first attempt. Let's hope they're not going to have the same sort of issues now. 2 laps though in the book, so we are going to get it further here. 3 minutes elapsed, so if we assume it's going to be about another 3 minutes for them to get their last 2 laps in, that's going to take them to 6 minutes. Impressed with my math skills there, which would put them somewhere on the verge of second place, actually, because if they don't pick up any penalties, a 6-minute time would put them ahead of ARG. So maybe there are some points up for grabs here for PoliMOVE. It will all depend on whether or not they hit any of these ghost cars. If they can successfully avoid them and complete these last 2 laps at the pace at which they finished the first 2, then this could be a really, really good time, this for PoliMOVE. Through the far end of the circuit they go again, right on board with the Deadbot 2.0. I will never get used to this view, seeing the steering wheel turning completely on its own. I know this is the 9th round of Roborace. I should be pretty used to that by now, but it will always be a slightly strange sensation. And I can only imagine what it would be like to be inside one of the cars, as a select few lucky people have been able to experience over the last year or so. So around the, what is that? Is that a double bed? Is it a spaceship from Star Wars? I'm not entirely sure. The car again has to stop to avoid hitting it, and now heads into the last corner. I think that red one is Moa Pillar, isn't it? Who we heard performing his set most recently. All the avatars based on the musical acts that we've had supporting us today. Team PoliMOVE then are on to their final lap. That lap was about 1.5 minutes, so yeah, we're looking good here for a 6-minute run, and that could be enough for top 2 and their first race. Well, no, they got 100 points, didn't they? I think last time for finishing 3rd place, but they've not yet been in the top 2. And this has been an absolutely squeaky clean run for PoliMOVE. Not the fastest, not the most spectacular, not the highest scoring, but it's been clean. There's a lot to be said for staying out of trouble. As others falter and make mistakes, you can just pick your way through the mayhem and score some decent points. And of course, for PoliMOVE, in a way, there's less pressure for them coming in late. They know that they're not going to be championship contenders, so the points don't really matter. They're just kind of learning every time they go out there, applying new techniques, new technology, new software, new coding, and they can almost forget about this year and just keep developing ahead of season 1, when I absolutely expect them to be up there fighting for race wins. Right, one last obstacle to avoid. Let's hope that they can manage it as they come out of the final chicane. Oh, Dolphin's getting in the way. It's blocking them into the final hairpin, and that's just going to lose them more time. But we're going to tick over the 6 minutes here, I think, aren't we? Because we're not out of the final corner yet. The time they need to beat for ARG, though, is a 6:28.5, and I think they're going to do it. In fact, it's almost bang on 6 minutes in the end, a 6 minutes 2.2. By my reckoning, because they've got no penalties to add on, that might just be enough for second place. Autonomous Racing Graz did a 6 minutes 28.5. and that is quicker, I think. So we'll wait for official confirmation of that. But I think Team PoliMOVE are going to be very happy with that. They were 4th in their first round, 3rd in their second one. Have they been able to continue that rate of progress to get into the top 2 and score themselves some good points? Let's see what their reaction is to that.
So well done, guys. That's a successful run, and that puts you in 2nd place for today.
Oh,
2nd place in round 9. Well done, guys.
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Matt. We're very sorry for the problem of the brakes. We'll work on that, but yeah, we are happy for the results.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so your logic was kind of to wait behind the objects. It looks like wait behind the ghost car, which worked in this case. There wasn't any overtakes.
Yeah, we tried it on, like, the point is that ghost car lives too short. Like, all our...
It was very favourable conditions for you in today because the ghost car disappeared very early on. But if the ghost car had have lasted for a lap, for example, then it probably wouldn't have worked out that way. But
yeah, for sure.
It did, so well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I like to hear some clapping and some cheering. We don't get that enough.
Yeah, we are very happy here. Like, especially after Thursday happening. How can I say that?
Yeah, no, I know. It must be a good feeling. Well done, guys.
Thank you. Well, then I don't know if you have. Maybe you're very busy, or I'll just text you after, just to better understand what we could really improve to avoid those problems tomorrow.
Yeah, just give us a couple of minutes and Alex and I can talk you through it, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so almost a nail-biting finish there for our last team, PoliMOVE, today. And a surprising time as well.
Yeah, that was awesome. I was really impressed with PoliMOVE there, Corey. I mean, we're waiting for confirmation of the actual result. But whatever happens, I mean, first of all, I like the way that they started with their first run. They were so close to making that first overtake happen. I think we might be able to look at the highlights of it here. And they were almost made a clean overtake on the second attempt as well, which was really impressive. You know, we spoke to Gianluca before the start, and he said that that's what they were planning to do. They really wanted to make that clean overtake, and as I said, they were so close to it there. Wasn't it? Just clipping the edge of the ghost car, and then after that, unfortunate really, just a bit too much, bit too heavy on the brakes. Something that they probably didn't realize could happen, and even, you know, for the technicians on the ground, it took a little bit of work. So a bit of a shame for them. But then after that, I thought they recovered really well and put together a really clean run from start to finish. Didn't take any risks this time. So they've really proven to be adaptable, Corey, haven't they, so far? This is an impressive team we're seeing here.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, last round, everyone was just really impressed with their speed. And even though they went probably a lot slower than they'd like to today, they still ended up with a faster time because of not getting any hits. So good on them. I'm excited to see how they continually improve, and I love Gianluca's attitude about it as well.
Yeah. Me too. So I mean, I just think they are going to improve, and you know, Roborace is about pushing the limits, and you know, this is a kind of a top-down approach where we're trying to find the limits first and then develop from there when things go wrong, rather than building up slowly. And I really like the way that the attitude that PoliMOVE have got. It really epitomizes everything about Roborace. Great to see. Okay, I think we can confirm that result now. Corey, it's going to be really interesting because, as Andy said, the result time was looking really good.
Yeah. Before we get to that, I hate to interrupt you. But there was a couple of things on Twitch that I wanted to bring to light.
Sure.
If that's
Sorry.
okay.
Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Please do.
Our fans want to know all these things. So, someone was asking about who's the guy that gets to drive the car out to the starting point. First of all, why are they having that? And second of all, who is he? Do you know? I like just waved to him from afar, but
well,
you know
you
his
can
story.
you can be a bit nicer to him now, Corey, because he's actually called Shane. He's our megabit driver. He's also a helicopter pilot too, so he's a pretty cool guy. And with pretty cool, well, I don't know if he's a cool guy actually. He might be a complete bore. He probably is actually, but he's definitely got a cool job. But he might be making up for his lack of personality by having these cool jobs. I don't know. I'm sure he's really nice.
Well, I'm feet on the ground here, so I'll get on the case with that.
Yeah.
In-depth investigative journalism. Yes, I'll get back to you guys on that. We'll see if he's cool or not. Tomorrow, I'll check in. Someone, Autonomous George, asked about the countdown clock. What happens when it runs out? We almost saw it run out here with PoliMOVE. If you could explain kind of those rules again one more time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit harsh, to be honest. The countdown indicates when the team has got to start their run. And if the clock reaches 0 and the car has started the run, then no time is recorded. So that's how it works, really. It adds to the drama, I think. But that's the name of the game, the teams know what they're getting into. They've got to be on it from the start of the countdown, and that's the way it is.
And then we saw that with PoliMOVE there. I mean, they were into lap 3 when they had their failure, so there wasn't a lot of time to readjust and get things going again. But luckily, they were able to do that. And then finally, at Pete44 says, "Do you think the racing has improved with the addition of the ghost cars?" Thoughts there?
I do, don't you?
It's been great. Yeah, I think it definitely adds another element. You were talking earlier about originally the metaverse was just red walls. So not only is this more realistic for the flying dolphin, but it is pretty cool.
Yeah, for me, it's visually more interesting, obviously, with flying dolphins and stuff like that. But also, it's seeing the car on track, learning, adapting, changing its line, and having something to measure that against. That really that dynamic really alters the whole perspective of it. I really think it's improved the racing, and it's going to improve even further from here. Look at that. That is an unbelievable effort, actually, from the whole team at PoliMOVE in just their second event, and we're only one race into the second event. They've posted a superb elapsed time, hitting, not collecting any loot, not hitting any obstacles. Compared to their first run, the second run very reserved, but it's paid dividends. And look at that, second place overall, ahead of ARG, and some big points for them. That is a huge confidence boost for them.
Absolutely, it is quite impressive. I think we're trying to get Gianluca back on here to get his take on it. And there he is. Congratulations. What a exciting round for you guys.
Thank you. It was definitely exciting. First of all, because we had some issues, as Matthew was saying before, with the braking system. And I mean, this is going to be the first task we need to solve before tomorrow. And then because of the way it ends, so we ended up being the second in this round. But in the end, like we, as I said before, our main job was to try to complete clear overlap. And in the end, we didn't manage to, because we prepared for this race, but we didn't expect the ghost car to disappear at a certain point. We expect the ghost car to stay there, and so we took our time to just do our clear overlap. And in the end, this today couldn't happen. But yeah, overall, like it did what we expected, so we are totally satisfied.
Good. It's interesting that you say that, because as we were listening in at the pit, they were saying if, you know, because it looked to me like whenever the ghost car was there, you guys would kind of just slow down, almost come to a stop and stay behind it. But if it had been on the track the whole time, would your car have done that, or at some point would have been able to overtake it on a straight? What would your plan have been then?
I mean, our plan would have been to completely overtake it, but I mean, we tested during the last week. We tested a lot on the simulator, and we managed to. So the fact is that we didn't hit the correct spot to take our completely safe overtake, because this is what we.
Okay. I don't know if we've lost Gianluca's audio or not. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. I can just read your lips. Okay. Well, thank you, Gianluca. Congrats on a good time today, and I'm looking forward to seeing how you guys adapt into tomorrow, knowing what you know now about the metaverse. And right now we're going to bring in the leader of the pack, the man himself, Chip. How's it going? What a day.
Hi, Corey. Hey, Matt.
Hey, Chip. Congrats on a great day out there. It's been awesome to watch. How did you guys find it, Chip?
You can't hear. How was the day for you? How do you think it went today?
I think it went awesome. I mean, we threw a lot of the teams here, ghost cars and how they deal with that, and we saw some really, really impressive performances today. So we're really happy with the progress we're making. This is all about progressing towards multi-agent racing or multi-car racing, and this is a really, really important step in that direction.
How excited were you to finally see these ghost cars come to life?
I was pretty excited because those ghost cars are that is the first step, and each time I see a ghost car, I kind of picture it as a real car out there and several real cars. And once we have a track full of real cars and ghost cars, it's gonna be total visual chaos, and that's what we're going for. So this gets us there.
I saw on Twitch a lot of people were asking about the rules behind the time put on and taken off, and if it were a real race, that if a car, clipped another car, that might even end up in a DNF. What's going to be the development there moving forward with the new metaverse and the ghost car situation?
Yeah, we're experimenting with that. It is definitely a topic of conversation within the group here. There is such a thing in motorsport where you kind of bump your way past, so we're kind of having a nod at that. But it's a matter of figuring out how much of an overlap actually is a hit and what's not a hit. So it's something we're discussing internally.
Cool. Obviously, it was an interesting run today, and I think there were some surprising results. Obviously, Acronis has been doing well this whole time, but who are you most impressed by today?
I mean, I think two really. PoliMOVE, it's only their second event. They started just a few weeks before Mission 3.1, and for them to end up on the podium in second place, hats off to them. And as you just heard when you were talking to Gianluca, I imagine they'll be up all night and working on particularly their braking calibration. So I'll be interested to see what they come back with. But that was an amazing performance. Secondly, just Ilya, you guys crushed it, and it is truly dominant fashion today. So really, really impressive.
Yes, congrats, Ilya, bringing him back right now. Another great performance today from you and your team. How does it feel to be so far ahead, just time-wise, and being the most successful, really, in this new ghost car situation?
So it's amazing to be on this place. So we are happy to stay first on the leaderboard, and also we are happy to see the performance, how we develop, how we evolve during the competition, and we see that we have ability and we can perform and can overtake the cars. So that's great to see.
Great. Matt, are you back with us? I see you.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just not sure if anybody's hearing me at all.
Raise your hand if you can hear Matthew.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Hey, guys, sorry about that. Not sure what happened there. Yeah, congrats to you both. Well done, Chip, on an awesome day's racing, and to you as well, Ilya. Like, fantastic. Was that better than you expected, Ilya? Because it was quick, but also the overtakes, on the whole, were pretty clean.
To be honest, we didn't set any expectation for this run. I mean, because we don't know what to expect. We don't know the behavior of ghost car. We don't know would be it fast, or it will disappear at the middle of the lap. Or we didn't know what to expect. So actually, that's why maybe we didn't set like a high expectation or low expectation. We just see what has happened during the race, and we just run our software and see the results.
And this this could be a question for either of you, Ilya or Chip, but actually I was thinking, ARG today, Chip, they showed real potential to actually challenge tomorrow. I know they didn't finish second, but with some slightly cleaner overtakes, pace-wise, there could be challenges to SIT tomorrow.
Yeah, I knew that would happen, and actually at the top of the show, I was like, hey, let's watch ARG. They've been working really hard. I think with just a few tweaks, they'll be on the pace. So I was really, really happy to see that evolution. They're a strong team. They came on really strong at the end of season alpha. They've had a little bit of difficulty finding their way with the virtual objects so far in season beta. But I knew they'd kind of crack the code on it, and it looks like they've done that. So looking for good things tomorrow from them, and also for the balance of the season. So kind of happy to see them back in the thick of it.
Yeah, lots to look forward to tomorrow then, chaps. But for today, once again, round 9 belongs to SIT. So, Chip, do you want to do the honours?
Yes, Ilya, again, totally crushed it. This is getting to be a regular thing. So no pressure for tomorrow, but really, really good job. And the check is in the mail, and we'll go from there. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Chip. Thank you, Ilya. Congratulations once again, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Okay. Well, that's it for round 9 then, just about. Pretty much all that left to be said is to get the thoughts of Andy and Corey to wrap us up. Andy, first of all, what did you make of it all? There's actually quite a lot to unpack, isn't there, from today?
Yeah, there really is. I've just been looking actually at some of the stats that I've put together, and one thing that really interests me is that SIT weren't actually top in any of the categories. They didn't have the best loop score. They hit more obstacles than other teams. They didn't set the fastest clear time. It's just that consistency they had all day that's really allowed them to come out with another win. And I think this is a really important step for them now in the championship. If they can come out of the blocks and deal with these ghost cars as well as they have done, and they really have dealt with them a lot better than the other teams, I think the rest of the teams are going to struggle to catch them now.
That just goes to show, doesn't it, Corey? Strategy is everything. That's a really good point there from Andy. You don't have to be the best at everything if you can get your strategy right.
Or you're just better at overtaking dolphins.
That as well. That always helps.
Yeah.
I've always said that.
very technical here at Roborace. No, it was a great day, and I'm really excited to see the evolution of what's to come, and excited for tomorrow.
Can we get you back on the roof tomorrow, Corey?
No.
Okay. Perfect. Right, well, with that, I think we'll leave it there. Andy, Corey, thanks so much for your company today, and look forward to seeing you both again tomorrow for what promises to be another cracking day of Roborace. That's all the action from round 9, at least here at the Motor Speedway it is. Anyway, special thanks to our 4 incredible artists that we've heard as well today: KP Transmission, Tate, DJ Kassir and Moa Pillar, and also to our resident DJ Misha Grigoriev, who's been creating the soundscape for round 9. Join us tomorrow for round 10 of the Roborace Season Beta Championship, where we'll have more ghost car action, more dolphins, more music, and of course more robots racing. But from all of us, good night.
Good night.